What the heck? My music turned off. But I left for a second. My music's off, bro. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. I just finished my. I'm officially wrapped for our OTV Halloween shoot. It has been. It's been a couple days of it. I'm wrapped. I'm 100% wrapped. It is the same shirt I wore 2 days ago. Just don't perceive. Don't worry about it. Welcome to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm chilling, playing some TFT, playing some Lost Ark, and we're just relaxing today. Hopefully I want to climb. I think I'm gonna try Poro. I think I'm gonna try playing somewhat serious for TFT. But I always say this, like I take 1/8 and I fucking hate myself. And I'm like, okay, fuck this. Anyways, I hope you guys are enjoying yourselves and having a good day. I was just thinking about how I really like fall. I think fall is my favorite time of the year. In LA, we don't really have fall. I'll be honest. LA fall is fake fall. There's no like, it's not like the fall experience, but the weather gets a lot like cooler, and I just in general love the idea of costumes, Halloween, even the colors like orange, black. I love it. It's great. Hoodie season, fucking awesome. Everything's awesome. $85 in New York. Ugh. You definitely choose me over the worm. Thank you. I literally just told you guys I was playing Poro. What did I choose, guys? What the fuck did I just choose? Oh my god. No, we struggle puddle. Low mid 60s where I'm at, and it's what I live for. I love that exact temperature. I don't like it too cold. I think when you get to like the 40s, it's not fun cold anymore. It's like, oh, I need like I like weather where you can wear a hoodie or a light jacket and feel pretty good. If you have to wear more than that, it's like, oh, I'm okay.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Guess we're fighting.
Fuck. Wait, I actually need to keep this plan. Oh no. Oh no.
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
The only reason I went from pumpkin orange to rust orange today. Oh, this is what I wore 2 days ago for my shoot. I've worn this outfit 3 times in the last week and a half. Just because I need to continuity reasons, okay? If you guys watch the video and you're like, wow, Scarra wasn't wearing the same outfit, it would be bad. When they gold open, by the way. We're re-rolling spoils. Oh, are we re-rolling spoils now? Okay.
have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Do I pick up? Nope. I think if you're curious, I think the target dummy is just one of the best in the game. Even if you have no board, it should let you kill like one unit, which is really good actually if you think about it. I just went 20 here. I get 7, which means I need to sell for 3. I think that's okay. Oh no, he got healing orb, man. I can't kill anything here. So I'm 30 gold opener, which is pretty good. This guy's 20. Oh, he has risky. Okay, no wonder. Guys, I don't mean to alarm anyone, but is it weird that the entire 4 people in the lobby are going Ionia? Does that not mean that I am like I kind of want to go mages, but lost streak mages sound really bad. Yeah, really? Oh yeah. I mean, I get 11 here, okay? So I get 51 gold next round, and I want to get tier here to commit here. Or an emblem, but emblem would be kind of risky. Oh my fucking god, bro. He took emblem? What is he going for? Oh, he's going for Ionian emblem, of course. Okay. I'm still committed on my Stork route then. Alternatively, I think what could be easier to play next time is if I just go Mordekaiser for this. I definitely feel like I had the ability to get RFC here, or like I already have Nashers, I can build something else. I really feel like it was a possibility, but
We are to fight now? Let's go!
for Bastion for Bruiser with Scarra as your 3-star carry is OP. With me? I don't know if I can take a lot of damage, bro. Yeah, I'm screaming. Okay. If you need me, message me. Oh my god. Brody just walked to my room and literally immediately I'm streaming, bro. He's like, great. No, I didn't. 2 HP.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Piltover's finest.
Kill the unit? Okay, what if we kill 2? Wouldn't that be very good? Nope, I killed 1.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Bow to the void, or be consumed by it.
The brother, you stepped up to sadism. I haven't seen you guys suffering in your recent OTV videos. That sounds fucked up, bro. You're telling me you need me to suffer for you to be entertained? Why can't I just be happy?
You are in trouble!
Guess we're fighting.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, guys. My items look pretty good. Dude, is Nash just even that bad? Like, be real with me. Like, am I really gonna wait for fucking Sunfire and then like Shiv or some shit? I can't even do shit. If you're curious why I'm not spending gold, I really would prefer to go level up here. Yeah, play double trouble. Fuck. It was almost so good here, man.
The world will fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I feel like I'm pretty strong, actually. Okay, not bad, not bad. Good dub, good dub. Getting another 4 a.m. banger, you are not getting a 4 a.m. anything tonight. Level 7. I mean, I probably need to roll at 7 for a little bit. Hey, let's be real. Do I need to roll at 7? This guy is Bruiser Spat. Please. I mean, kind of sucks that he has Declaw, I will admit. That does seem like it does very well into my composition. Not that lost. 2 units? I meant to take a Shin actually. Fuck. Yeah, I think I wanted the Shen more than this, but it's all right. I mean, I get my stationary support active here, right? I'm just curious what this is. I'm already at 45 life. It's not great.
I miss the darkness of the void.
Oh shit. Is that good? I think that's kind of bad. Wow. Nahus did this much? Holy moly. It's weird because, oh no.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
I wanted to level, but I feel like it is not possible. I will fucking die.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Who's from Nico now?
West Frontline not super bad.
Let the monster out.
Wait, I really need a Soko. Once I got the Soko, I feel a lot better about myself.
Survive. Fight. Become what they fear. For the void.
Now I could sell this. And I pushed 9 in 2 rounds, I guess. It does not look safe, but fuck it. We ball. Sell for Shen. Sell for Shen. Play Shen Ari. Shen Ari Karma. God, I need a sword spat so bad here. Level 7 Ari bailout. I don't even think it'll bail me out. Fortunately.
You are in trouble!
Shurima is not of this time.
Like, what are these items, you know? Do I really have? I guess I slam spear. I suck on that.
Let the monster out.
$22. That's all the life I need. Trust me. Now I spin. I get Stork +1, and I spin the wheel around, and then I win the game. Level 8 here. Sure. I mean, LDP is also kind of good. It's okay.
I will rule the Freljord.
Force Polygon.
Let's see what they're made of. I am Duncan. Your gods fear me.
Well, I almost hit the stuff I liked, and then it turned into stuff I didn't like. Oh no. Genuine opinion of Visit Japan, it was nice.
Through loyalty, power. From the shadows.
Dude, I need like Eat Ori or Ari here. I literally can't play the game. This guy looks pretty weak though.
Survive. Fight. Become what they fear.
I need Ori or Ari, and they're just so weird.
You just haven't caught up yet.
Restaurants that you recommend in Japan, Yakiniku Kazu and the Katsudon place. The only two I recommend. I mean, all the foods there is good, so you don't really need to look for stuff. Like you will find good food. I don't like. I wouldn't be worried about finding good food. I feel like that is a for sure gonna happen. Like well, what am I supposed to do here? Actually, like actually. I feel so strong, and like I feel like I'm only just rolling for 6 sword because it's such a humongous, gigantic, ridiculous spike for me.
Survive. Fight. Become what they fear.
It will be better. Oh, don't worry. I'm not gonna do next game yet, man. Give me my fucking 300 AP. Give me my 6 sword. Trust me, I got it.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Like, please. I can't believe I'm digging this stuff for Oriana, man. I'm abusing LDP? What do you mean? I don't know if I like this. I'm gonna flip the positioning to where I switch Silco here and I flip the thing on the outside. Yeah, I prefer that positioning, except for against. Depends what side they are. On this side is much better for me. Wow, he killed it without him ulting, bro. No way. The cloud was tonight. Oh, it's tomorrow. Tonight is nothing. Because I told her I was busy today, but actually, like, I'm not busy. What the heck is the title? It's just a question, bro. Why are you so getting so defensive? It sounds like I already know who you would choose. But I think this is better for me. Like, are you telling me LDP isn't broken with unified, and 6 work? Like, it's gotta be incredible, right? So good.
Become what they fear. They can all burn.
I'm never fucking hitting this, am I? I'm never fucking hitting this Ori, am I?
But Targon isn't.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Oh my
This
fucking
is
god.
very exciting.
Holy moly.
Okay.
Now that 6 work, I now do like
Let the monster
8
out.
billion fucking HP.
Survive. Fight. Become what they fear.
Right.
Let the monster
I lost this? Wait, she lived that long? I got 7th. I am not playing Storks without Stork Emblem. Or lose streak. This Stork, I am good. I'm fucking good. Also, I'm switching to Poro. Or I'm gonna play Smad. Yeah, I made Scuttle Puddle. I did not have a chance, I don't think, here. Lost 60 health early. Freedom Max takes us up with this stream. You know what I'm thinking? I think I just play challengers every game. I'm not even kidding. Uncontested, and I think it's underrated. Also, have you guys seen this? Hold on. You guys heard about the globe in Vegas, right? Well, let me drag this over to you guys. Look at this. Isn't this awesome? TwitchCon is gonna be here. This is literally like almost a modern Marvel. It looks like cool, but it costs so much. I mean, it's Vegas, baby. Fuck it. $450K a day. Oh, that's kind of expensive. I'm just saying the pyramids don't have an energy cost. We get triple augment every game. We'll see. I feel like 2 spats with challengers is actually really good. Yumi zoom zone. You know what you're supposed to do on this zone? I'm gonna do a fucking Renekton open this zone. Imagine if I don't find Renekton, I'm quitting.
Now that is what I want to see.
Okay, guys. I might play a certain comp this game. She was kind of hard to kill. I guess it's just too hard.
Let's start the show.
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
I really want this Ash though. Yeah, I really want this Ash, but like I feel like it's making 10, especially on this bundle, is so good. Like this is the one town where Kench is great. Scuttle and this one makes Kench. Oh shit. It's Kench. It's so awesome. Got Kench here. Oh my god.
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Name Samir. Try not to slow me down.
Who sucks? Nah. Watch me hustle these guys. I thought about what gold meant on this, and I think Hustler's got very interesting properties on this map.
There's a new boss around here.
If you think about it, with Yumi's zoom zone, it's very interesting, right? Like super
Ionia.
interesting.
The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Because it means I can level 6. I can get to level 7 before everyone else and roll for Ionia. Think about it. I could be the first vanquisher. Before anyone else can vanquish, I can be the one. It's like being the first Highlander. Hey, when should we get no bows? Nah, I don't even need bows.
Our alls are so weak.
You know, when should you get, like, here, I don't know. You guys, there's no way I hit nothing on a roll that. Literally, I'm leveling next round. Actually, I'm leveling fucking this round.
Pick up the scent. Darkness.
Oh, I should. Oh god, this guy is playing at level 6 at 2-3. Level 6. How much damage is he's taking? Oh, he's taking 9, right?
Our alls are so weak.
28.
This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Like, I'll be honest, guys. I don't fucking know what I'm building here. Like, I want bows, but obviously I'm never gonna get bows or BFs here. I'll take a bramble. I'll take the BF. Would be really nice. Hodge is good here. I just have to slam Hodge. I'm pretty sure it's okay.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
Wait, is that? Did you see the gold? I'm 7 next round. If I win this, what the fuck? I have to stand for this. I win this anyways, right?
There's a new boss round here.
Oh my god. Oh my god, this guy, I hit the other guy, but he, for sure this guy's like, wait a second, what the fuck? I don't think I've ever seen someone be level 7 here. He killed 2 units, he's still taking a 5 unit loss.
Are all so weak.
I mean, I have no interest, right? So I can just put out stuff and I'll see what happens. But Cruel Pack, I mean, aside from Cruel Pack, right? I want to sell these ASAP. This could definitely be a random pivot into something else. You start rolling? Yeah, but like I don't have any gold. I'm rolling next round. There's no world where I played these, right?
We are to fight now? Let's go!
These items are kind of dog.
As Ionia changes, so will I.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
Every soul shall serve.
I will rule the Freljord.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't. Now that is what I want to see.
There's not endless hordes here. Oh my
Demacia,
god.
now and forever.
Demacia is counting on us.
Finality approaches.
I'll get interest. I'm pretty sure, which is why I decided to say.
Hear my name and know my strength.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
This is the most tempo I've ever done in a lobby before, by the way. I just looked at my stuff and I'm like, 0 combat augments, but I can hold spree, which is very weird. Like, for sure, this is something where I'm like, oh, okay. Kind of like it though. Yeah, no, lands are fucked, but I mean, I'm getting Knife Harvest here. I can get BT. It's not that. It's not that bad.
I will rule the Freljord.
Like, I really want to put in Demacia at some point. But I need to find a Kale. I still don't think this is ever going on the board, right? Oh, there is a chance. Let me think. Well, there's something that has no chance. I guess there's a chance of this. Pretty low.
Your gods fear me.
Right now, but no, I want to play 4 Slayers at the same time. It's really hard.
Our alls are so weak.
I mean, I'm assuming from this position that I don't think I go 9.
Stand ready.
The void has breached this place.
Random Fiora. Not see that. I don't. Oh no, it's staying on drive. Fuck that. I don't even have Challenger on Fiora. There's no way.
Submit. You have already lost.
Battle, yes.
Now!
Every soul shall serve.
You should have left home years ago.
Finality approaches.
Oh, wait, I might win the game.
Fear the void sting.
The shadows.
I'm not really sure what I want here. I have a lot of items that build into some random stuff that I'm like, oh, Omnivamp is pretty good, I think.
The shadows.
Shurima is not of this time.
Oh, this Heimer has to be. Rek'Sai? Oh, but Rek'Sai was my 4th Slayer. Fuck. I'm about to hodge this unit, by the way. Maybe he doesn't go in.
I won't be denied.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Become what they fear.
Karen, welcome back for 26 months. Oh, he couldn't cash out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, he did not cash out. Oh God. I mean, realistically, can I even upgrade my board anymore? The answer is no, right? Like this board is pretty much capped. It's like one Rek'Sai. Yeah, I'm just saving for 9. 9's not that even that bad. Like the thing in 9 usually is impossible, but on Yumi's Zone, it's like okay. These for more. I think JG is one of the worst Mordekaiser items you could possibly make. It's, I think, a little bit better now they have 2 crit items though.
You have already lost.
I think I would definitely rather go a little bit healing or... Oh God, imagine I could get vanquished here. That would have been fucking nasty. I mean, real talk, I'm down. I'm down. Like the way this works out with JG, because I have 2 crit items, is okay, and I get Shiv here, which is also kind of great, honestly. I can position this for like a maybe an Ari later here, and then I'm good, right? This stuff said this is a bug with Great More. What's the bug? Oh, I mean, there might be a bug because I think that the stats for JG are like some of the worst stats ever. So like I could maybe see that. But yeah, I think from this position, it's the Shiv into JG was so worth. I can't really imagine something being better than what I just chose.
Everyone pays.
Game sucks. Game sucks. Game sucks. 5 streak.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Oh, there's 2 Ionian players. Oh no. Wait, no joke. Do you guys see what's gonna happen? I hit 9 at 5-1 this game because of Yumi's Zoom Zone. Well, I feel like this game was played really interestingly by me. The choice to go hedge fund here was actually crazy, but it's so interesting. Like Hustler on Yumi's Zone seemed really good. And then hedge fund into 8 there was like, holy fuck, the lobby just takes a million. I might play biggest cap in this game. Yeah, it's definitely a one of a kind game. I agree. More likely not playing this late game, selling this to Ari. I need this driver for sure. Oh fuck, I need this GP as well. Oh, I should not have rolled.
Now and forever.
Do you think nice loving guys can compete with rich buttheads in today's society? You sound like an incel. If you think of life in that way, you should reevaluate. Bro, man, these guys are just winning because they have fucking double vanquisher sentinel spirit, man.
Now, I am the world ender.
My room terra will be beautiful.
Real talk, does this not look like a sell my whole fucking board, both Mordekaisers, and play full legendary board with RE2 cap? Mord, yeah. Mord is not really cutting anymore. I was hoping to find a couple more Mords. Oh, that's hope I'm having a good day. I
For
am.
great science.
Every soul shall serve.
Oh, wait. Wait.
Every soul shall serve.
Okay, the thing you have to do, guys, is you have to hide your Mordekaiser. You have to make it look like you don't have that many. Like if he looks at my bench, he's gonna be like, wow, this guy only has 4 Mordekaisers on his bench. Guess I'm keeping more. Yeah, I'm a beast. I mean, I only have. This more is not a fraud, right? Like for sure, this is a real unit, right? Cool. It looks like a real unit. Awesome. Okay, just had to double check.
I should have left home years ago.
Kill you all. I am nothing. Your gods fear me.
Dude, I need a Quinn.
I never hold back.
Bilgewater, your king has returned. Broadside!
Okay.
I'll hack my way back to Bilgewater.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
I should have left home years ago.
I mean, this could be Kale. I could drop this, but like realistically, like isn't my board already? I just need Velvet too, and replace this with, but like then, and replace Jarvan, I guess.
My room Terra will be beautiful.
So what does he steal again? He steals health. Oh, so he's a ramping character actually. So like you want him to kill some stuff and then go crazy. Interesting. Well, he steals during his ult, bro. By the time his ult, yeah, like I'm killing at least 3 in my ult, you know. I killed 1, then 2, then 3.
Felt good to let loose.
Bilgewater, your king has returned.
He's just doing Shen and
Battle, yes.
Zaya. Fuck this unit.
I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
He sold his Shens, so he's only going for Zaya.
I'll hack my way back to Bilgewater.
Maybe this should be swapped. Chip only hits 4, right?
Everyone pays.
I think this game is a good example of how far gold can get you. Because this game is just like a gold gap, right? In the lobby, I literally put myself with so much gold. Problem is, oh, he found another one. Oh my god, I lose his item. It's just kind of sad, but.
My Runeterra will be beautiful. The void will drown you all.
Did you find it? Oh, I can flip these off now. I'm down. Looks like he did not find it. E.
Felt good to let loose.
Literally had no interest game. First place. Me and Alan went back for 10 months, 6 or something. I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I need to go pee. This match too. Yeah, Mord is not faking 3 stars. Yeah, I can restart OBS, but for some reason the OBS just freezes. Let me just Google. Hmm. Yeah, welcome back. Dude, I don't know what's going on. Maybe I have to reinstall OBS, but it's just weird. It's like it might be a Windows 11 thing, but yeah, it's like I fixed two problems, like my audio and my PC literally freezing. But now my OBS randomly freezes and then yeah. Effort took 1 month for 91 months. Thanks for subbing. Feels really weird.
For Targon.
Yeah, plugins. Yeah, I mean, I don't have any plugins. The only plugin I have is the closed captioning, cloud closed captions. That's it. It might be a Windows 11 thing, honestly. So, I don't know. We'll see.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Oh shit! This is really bad because I want to hold on to this, but I mean, I have a. Oh, this sucks. I need to buy both of these, which means I need to sell one of these. But selling this here feels really bad.
I win! Next breath, my fear lust.
This guy chose Cho. Wait, why did he call Cho with one Cho one and a glove? He doesn't even have two Cho items. Oh, what the fuck?
Now that is what I want to see.
I mean, is this not a double trouble spam instantly, man? 4 tiniest Titan.
I got no time for games.
I'm gonna look really weird, but I'm pretty sure I sell this.
Where there is evil, I
Make
shall
10 here.
go.
Because I'm looking for Graves 3. Yeah, there's so many tiniest Titans in this lobby though.
I got no time for games.
Where there is
You know what
evil,
sucks here?
I shall go.
I have to make my board weaker because this guy is actually too strong. Dude, no joke. Imagine if the Sword Crown gave a blue buff this set. That would be fucking crazy. Sword Crowns are already really good.
Watch this.
Uh, is my comp not just 4 rogues and every level is a different rogue? Every level I add another rogue? I'll just start with lifesteal. Okay. I mean, they nerfed rogues and they nerfed double trouble. Wow, my grave smoked nothing. Oh, I didn't get. I didn't kill a single unit. 68. Wow. You know what's gonna suck here? If I play the guy who only has this full lost streak and kill reroll. Oh god. I really hope I don't play this guy. Kill, pot. This tiniest titan. Oh, there's only 2. There's 2 binaries. Philly game? Heck no. Philly is just so much worse than rogues, especially now. Unless you have a good opener for it. I don't see yourself ever in a position where you can ever go for a good set 3 is the problem. Like, it'll be hard to hit set 3 because how strong Ionia is. Starting the game at 60 is not my cup of tea, but fuck it. I guess it's okay. I'm only at 5 this game. Pretty sure have to. Nico's also great, but like I think.
I carry my family with me.
You beat this? Yeah, of course. Sorcerer.
I carry my family with me.
I'm in the tanky strat. Didn't want to do it anymore. Do I win this or lose this? This guy has. I mean, he has lesser duplicator. Great 4 unit loss. Gifts is so good. Like, I feel like this might be okay.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping. This world is frayed and in need of mending.
Turn it up!
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
I'm very spooked that I found 0 graves this game. Super spooked. Build 0 units here. I think I'm going 8. That's not good.
Pick up the scent.
All in. I got no time for games.
Okay, thank God. Make bramble. Do brambles. Fill your units. The answer almost always is no. It's just, this is how TFT works sometimes. Sometimes you just don't hit. It just sucks. I don't even know if I really wanted Titans here.
Dawn is the future.
Blood for Noxus!
Like, Play this for now. I haven't hit a rogue. Like, I'm just dead. Also, Titans isn't that good when you have double trouble, honestly. It's alright. I mean, this guy's board cannot be that good, man. He's Gen 1.
This place could use some reshaping.
Okay. I'm feeling okay. Hopefully. I think next stage will be okay. I mean, how come everyone is just shifted to the right? But I swear they were all left side last time I checked. Okay. Guy has 2 Mordekaisers. Okay, no, they're left side. Okay. I don't know if I beat this guy, but at the very least I positioned correctly. Okay, I don't know how. The worst part about playing rogues, honestly, the #1 worst thing about rogues is you just get interrupted on their thing and you're just fucked. Like I lost this by a lot because of how I got interrupted, right? Isn't that just unfair?
I got no time for games.
It's fine. I hate Graves 3.
Let's take it.
Upgrade to 6.
Gone is the future.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
I command you to die!
Sorry, excuse me. What are my fucking items? The 3 Nikos, I got 2 from Summit. Am I just an LDP abuser? I'm on the right side. I'm on the right. Oh, this guy is not going to be happy with what I'm about to do. This guy will be very unhappy with what I'm about to do. I mean, the problem is, by the way, I stacked cat, but this guy has 3, 4, 5 cats. Like, what the fuck? I need to stack Echo this game. Fuck, if I didn't miss, if I picked up the cat that I didn't miss, I would have just rolled it all down. I still might roll it all down next round, actually.
Survive. Fight.
Do you see these stats? 320 AD, 270 AP. Remember, LDP also splits armor MR, which is also what Double Trouble gives. It's just like ridiculous, man. Is it funner than ice fishing? I don't know, man. Ice fishing is kind of fun.
Noxus will rise.
I definitely want to do this because I can get more stats with double trouble and then more stats to give over to my other stat guy. This allows me to TG Kiana because having a 3-star without any compensation seems wrong, or without any items seems just wrong. Yeah, like literally I have this forum that says OBS constantly crashes. And then everyone's just like, I don't know what to do. And I'm like, okay. Like I have something open that I'm hoping can, like it's not helping me solve my problem.
That's where you belong. In the dirt.
How many more cats do I need? 2 more, right?
Okay.
OBS the best thing is to find the build never updated. My computer was installed Windows 11 and I don't know if it's like I don't know how to fix it if it's a Windows 11 problem kind of deal. You know, do you feel me? No, he flipped. Why did he flip, man? Oh my god, I do so much damage. Wait, do you guys think this is a first? I'm not even kidding. No cap. No cap. Do you like is my board not the most insane fucking thing ever? I just need a PG to play a Kiana and I'm good. Triple combat augments, 3-star rogues. Best combat augment for rogue. The next stage, I get cat 3, right? Because I get a full duplicator.
Night, night.
Blood for Noxus.
Sean's future's about to get brighter.
Let's dance. Let's dance.
This guy's edge literally when the fight started. The fight took 4 seconds. He's dead. 300 AP. Dude, my board is the reason I decoed that is I want to go 8. I want to go 8 so bad. So I think it's hold on.
Sean is the future.
I can just play the 8. Hold on, this is bugged really. Oh no, he's 1 away. I hope he dies. TD is bugged. You didn't get execution threshold from TD. Wait, really? That's a pretty big bug. I would actually go ahead and say that's a massive bug. Okay, I killed 1 person. I cannot be 8. Wait, if this guy doesn't die in 3 rounds, he automatically gets a mortar 3. Oh no. He has 7 Noxus mortar 3. Please let me face him. Oh wait, I think my cat rolls this fight. Where did this guy's game? I can't even stack my Titans to full because the fight ends so fast. No, he needs to lose. He needs to take 14 in 2 rounds, man. Any more? No more. Okay. I'm just take Sunfire here because I don't have one, and I think it's good against one of the matchups which I would have a hard time into. It's Scion 2. I think I 10-0 the Morph guy if I play him. I have to play him, you know? Let me hit him. Let me hit him next. Let me hit him next, please. Like right here. Right here, right here, right here. Let me hit him right here, please. Oh, he started selling his board. Oh god. He knows it's fucking doomed if he doesn't hit. I'll be honest, I might be able to beat him even if he hits.
Let the monster out.
If he surrendered.
Become what they fear.
Never lucky, man.
Survive. Fight.
He forfeited. Well, I guess I can just grab TG off the dragon and then make Echo 3 and it's gonna be great. Playing for Echo 3 is so sad. Wait, what do you mean? I'm playing for Echo 3. She might be playing for Heimer too.
For great science.
No, I'll play for Echo 3.
Zaun's future is about to get brighter. Zaun is the future. Zaun's future is about to get
belong in the dirt.
Let's go with your 3. Your player's dead. Only has 1 Zaya. This guy has nothing. 2. I mean, look at my board. Okay, wait. This guy is kind of crazy. I'm pretty sure I one-shot him before my rogue proc. I think he was cooking, but he cooked a little too hard. Because you could do that against like assassins, but I don't know if you could do that against. Yeah. Anyone Nico carry with wood Ixtal, amazing. With the other ones, it's a little bit tough. Now what? Oh, I mean, let's talk about next game, bro. Hey, awesome. What about for 35 months? Hey, boy, hello. Which Ixtal? Wood Ixtal is the best one. It's the scaling one. It's the equivalent. You know, admin from last set. It's like that. Wait, I lost. Wait. Nah, I'm not worried. I am not worried. Roll for 3 stars. Yep, all the 3 stars I can roll for. We should just look for positioning. Just fine. Fuck it, hands off the keyboard. Put them up. I'm playing Ghost as well. It'll be fine.
Welcome to Zon.
Very close lobby. I mean, the thing is, I can actually go 9. It's not ridiculous to be able to go 9 this game, and but I need to put in Jinx at 9. Not even high roll. Vampiric Blades is better than Gifts from the Fallen here. 100%. But just because I already have so much stats with Double Trouble is why it's better. This makes it easier for my cat to go into, right? Oh no, it didn't cast. He died. I'm the best around. Nothing's gonna ever keep me down. You won't be able to go 9. Sure thing, buddy. 4 challenger Double Trouble. I mean, if you can get to it, it's fine. But generally speaking, Like, are you talking about Fiora Kaisa double trouble, or are you talking about something else?
Yes.
Oh my god. I leveled for no item. Oh shit. No unit. You know what? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Fuck it. I didn't even need a 9th unit. I actually first place this game. This is such an illegal first. How did they find LDP with double trouble? Do you know how many stats those two augments give? Is just like, oh my goodness, man. I'm cheating. Like literally cheating. All right, we're back in the 3 triple digit club. I hope to stay here. I'm gonna play some ads and keep going. 4-0's pretty good. K3 digits is triple digits as well. Dude, me and Soja are like the same person. We share the same brain. Look, he didn't win Noxus Cup. I didn't win Noxus Cup. It's like the same thing. Also, I didn't get more water. I was trying to drink some. I didn't have any left. Sorry, I'm trying to stay hydrated. Welcome back. Oh, Rolling Thunder. Welcome back for 13 months. You and Soji Woji are the same. Don't call him that. Genuine Gamer. Welcome back for 20 months. Thanks for subbing. You know, I was telling people that I wanted to get pretty good at this set because if I do end up at the Vegas land somehow in December, then I would love to be like somewhat competitive. But I just really hate the set. I think my performance, even when I was in school, like it was like I don't have the motivation to play stuff. I don't like do stuff I don't like to do. Like, oh, that's my worst trait, man. What's a good prismatic? I don't like any on prismatic. It's definitely a big weakness of mine. Like my LP tends to boom and bust based on like what I consider to be fun, and that's like, ugh.
I'm gonna show
That's not good, you know. Sometimes what I find fun is like the meta comp, and I climb a lot of LP, but a lot of times it's like I'm just trolling, pretty much, trying to chase some sort of high roll. A TFT challenger, yeah. I mean, I've done it like two times in the past. Suddenly, I feel like it's possible to do it if I try.
Now that is what I want to see.
Yeah. Like the thing is, it's like video games. For me, video games I think should be fun. Like, right? Anyone else always vote against majority? That's me sometimes with Stillwater and Shifting Sands, or like I do not want to play them under any circumstance. But usually I'm that guy, that bitch.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
This is a... Dude, I played Cho recently, and I found I do not like Cho that much. I don't know. Every time I try to play Cho'Gath, I find that like even if in positions where I feel like I'm in a pretty good position, like it's not bad. It's just not good enough. I don't know, man. It's not been good. The items are not bad, honestly. I should have bought. Missing rolls does not feel good here. Oh. I sold my fucking unit. Or else I have 3? Fuck me, man. Why did I sell my Samira?
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
Kind of get bad. I think Challenger's hella underrated. Super underrated. Inside down, welcome back for 27 months. Thanks, for something. I unironically like Stillwater. You're a freak, man. That's okay. You know what I told people today, and everyone in the room turned to look at me. The entire staff turned to look at me, and was just like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" Michael said, "I quote, you have a mental illness." Can you guess what I told them? I don't know how to tell this without it make me look real bad. We were doing a shoot which required like earbuds, right? And they're like, bro turns to me, it's like, they're like, yeah, what do you normally use, Scarra? And I say, I don't use in-ears. And they're like, he thought he misheard me, and he's like, what? And I'm like, no, I don't use any in-ears. And everyone in the room then slowly turns to me, and they're like, how do you listen to music? And I'm just like, well, usually I just play from my phone, or I listen on stream.
Pick up the scent.
Why are you guys dotting me, man?
I'll take care of everything.
But not in public. I don't listen to music in public. When I'm at the gym, I do not listen to music. I just read. In between my sets or during my set, I do not listen to music. I just read. Literally, I told Michael that. He's like, if I'm at the gym and I don't have my earbuds, I go back home. And I'm like, oh. Oh. Oh, yeah.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
But like, I probably should. Oh my god, he took that so fast. They didn't even generate the other items yet. Wait, that guy is the fastest taker ever. Imagine going to the gym without earbuds. Oh, I know. Like, trust me, I don't think I'm normal. I definitely am not normal. It's definitely like I have problems. But I just thought it was so funny that like all the people in the room just slowly turned to look at me, and I'm like, But yeah, it's weird because like I listen to music on stream that like usually the way I normally listen to music is just through headset, like while sitting down. And then late at night, I will literally watch videos without in-ears. It'll just be playing, right? I'll just be on my bed and watching it normally. That's okay. See, I'm not weird. Thank you guys for telling people.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
You think your chat's not weird as hell? That's okay. First of all, that's fucked up. I would say my chat they're perfectly normal dude. Like, if anything, I'm worried my chat is too normal. Why did you just say we're not normal? Hello? You guys should be the ones that are trying to convince me you're normal.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
We don't like lying to you. We know what I appreciate. I think I'm gonna get, oh, okay, that's really good. Let's get bloodthirst. That's pretty good. Oh, I like it.
Name Samira.
That does seem good. How does it feel viable? Just watch. Just watch. Just watch. Watch and be amazed. As someone is contesting me for challenger? What? This guy, that's literally impossible. I think I have to fish for fucking lost. Over challenge. You guys should take a strategist, actually. Did you play Nyla and play down the augment? Maybe.
Name Samira. Try not to slow me down.
Let's start the show.
I mean, I think I can play. I might just play Nyla. Oh, this guy just pivoted into the boss. Oh my god. No, I think it's fine. I can still just play challengers. It just sucks that like I didn't get any good combat augments that next like that all stats thing is not good. I did not like that shit. J.G. Cho. Oh, this would be so good. Not only is it 2-star one of my units, it's also just. I mean, I think I still play Fiora, and it's okay. I'm telling you guys, it's not that bad. We're just down a augment. I should just play strategies. Maybe I just re-roll this into something that's okay. Hopefully.
Sword will fight back.
I will rule the Freljord.
Let's start the show.
Really not good.
Water to me.
It's really not good.
Ionia. Place was so damn quiet before I came along.
Want to vanquish something here? Look, I need a bow here if I was to play this. Beauty! Welcome to the stream. Thanks for the raid. Look at this stream, guys. I swear it's not what it looks like. Whatever you guys think is going on, it's not what it looks like.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
Oh my
There will be
fucking
peace in
god.
the Freljord. I
Looks
will
like a kitty stream.
forge
Okay, look. This game, I take challenger hard. I try to go challenger. I rolled out 7. I hit no challengers and 2 Nylas. What am I supposed to do, man? And then this HR archive doesn't give me a fucking bow? What am I gonna do? I played Void Roll. I heard he's playing. Is it the Chinese Void Roll comp?
Killing you will be one of my finest works.
Yes, why is it roll? I don't think any roll arguments going as well as you expect. I mean, you don't technically need reroll arguments for it, right? You can do it without reroll. Is technically okay. Oh my god, how do I even make these items work? This guy rolled to 0. Let me see what I can keep. If I keep these, I can sell these. Hence Guardbreaker. I'm probably gonna make Guardbreaker and then I leave with this. What the Ford?
For the Freljord.
Okay, no problem. I am lost in the sauce.
Let the monster out.
The river of fate drowns the unworthy.
Oh, I know Aurelia's fake, but I also need Zaya, so like I am kind of at a loss.
The river swells.
Kind of at a super loss. Do this and probably just put this out later. I mean, I guess there's no reason not to put this in right now. I swear, okay, blinding speed is such an interesting thing because I only take it to play Mordekaiser. This guy also went challenger. Thank God he stayed in challenger this game. Oh my god.
Are all so weak.
I'm reviewing slides on state space topology. Can you relate to TFT so I can understand it better? No. What the fuck is that? Allocated. Like, I just need Zaya, right? And I sell these and play Zaya, and I'm good to go. I have 6 Vanquisher board. Like, I'm just playing for top 4.
From the shadows.
Like, do I buy it? Yeah, I have to buy it. Here. I'm playing 3 Ionian. I should play the best Ionian. No, I shouldn't because I played Juggernaut
rule
here.
the Freljord.
I'm aggressive for Zion. I don't even think that's that good on her.
Survive. Fight.
I like my Nyla items. Also, there's no way I'm getting Zion 2 this game, by the way. Like, it's not happening. Oh, I swear to God, bro. This. Oh my God.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Holy moly. How is 6 a lot better? Like, how much better is 6 than 4? Am I owning? I'm kind of owning now that 6. Okay, I'm pretty happy. This is like we probably just rush go 8 now. Crit, 75, 55% crit damage. What do I want? Yes, Gunblade. Oh, it looks like not. Does not matter what I want because I am not getting what I want.
Victory for Messiah.
Oh. Is it RFC or is it not? I think it's actually. Fuck. How many times he auto attack? I have this weird suspicion that it's actually this, but it's not. Or it's actually RFC. I need a level to put in like the left side. I'm good. A multitasker player died. One of the Vanquisher players died. Cool. Last stuff opened up. Is Nyla a placeholder or are you gonna play Shurima? How do you foresee me going Shurima from this position? I'm really curious. Like when you think of how I pivot this, how do you see the Shurima pivot? Do you, like who gets the RFCs in the Shurima comp? If I get 6 Shurima spats, I'm down to pivot. Dude, my front line is actually like piece of shit, man. It's so bad. I'm so sorry. But like, there's no way I actually roll at 7, right? For Nyla 2, like a dumbass. Do I actually roll at 7 for my front line? I think I do. I play for 4th. I don't think I go 8th. 35. I can. One person died. I might as well roll for it. Oh, I'm definitely rolling this round now.
I won't be denied.
Should've done that last round. It's my bad. Reset. There's one reason why I can't do that. Dude, imagine how fast my front line would have died here had I not upgraded my unit. I would have died here actually. Okay. I mean, I'm just playing for 6 this game, right? Hit 6. Zaya here, I'll take it. There's no Zaya. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. I think I need this over the alternative. Maybe not. Maybe it was just a fucking GS, man. I don't know. I don't have 2-star version of this. I think I need frontline. Rolling to 0 every round. We're looking for 4th. We are looking for 4th place. Can I sell anything for this? I was hoping I could sell like this for 1 star, but I cannot. Oh. Oh, I'm hoping that I can beat this guy. It was really close last time. I didn't even upgrade my units yet. Oh, he almost ultied again there. No way I didn't get the ulti. Oh. Please tell me it's fine. I get 6, right? We take those. Fifth, we take those. This was just a scuff game. I'm pretty it sucks that I'm happy for a 5th, honestly, but I mean this is like I think the best I could have gotten. I'm gonna go play some ads. The ancient archives, it was weird. Hey, Worm question, what's up by you? Tell me you're busy today. Oh, I was, but I only need 4 hours. 3 hours. When did I start? I needed 3 hours apparently, and then the shoot is going on till midnight. I didn't know how long I was needed. Actually, it is a 12-hour shoot, but I'm wrapped personally. 3 people are shooting till midnight, and I thought I was maybe in there, but I'm not. Wait, I didn't lie. You guys are literally telling me that I'm lying. I believe you. Yeah, see, everyone believes me. I'm telling you guys, if our Halloween video doesn't at least get 10 million views, Michael's gonna go kill himself. You guys have to watch this video, okay? PBJ's welcome back for 99 months. What the fuck? You're 1 away from 100. I plan on anniversary day next month. Can't wait to see you. Oh man, right at TwitchCon. Actually, it's a little bit off TwitchCon. Never mind. You've been around a long time. Thank you so much. Yeah, Michael will release his video unless. Oh. Wait. What an interesting opener. This is such a rare opener, like a giga rare opener. It's like finding like an SSR rare. Like this opener is like, whoa. Strategist angle. Strategists aren't bad. Oh my god, it's a bulge angle.
Guess we're fighting.
It's a two item. Yeah, it's literally a legendary opener. The giga rare 2-item bilge opener. Rising Infamy. Oh, I forgot it's silver. I cannot. This is interesting. I'm not a bitch. Fuck, I should have been a bitch. Oh, fuck. I mean, is it playable? It's kind of playable, right? Like, unironically, it's kind of playable. I mean, It's just a fight. Target spaz so bad, guys. Why did I fucking get this? Give that component amble and instead have a target spat. Like, please, man. It's just Tarek. Yeah, I mean, you can play Tarek for sure, but like, oh yeah, I was hoping I get him next round. You fit something in your team with it? Not really. Like, surprisingly, not really. I'm double leveling next round. Fern checking in. Who's Fern? Like a group of people? Well, thank you. Better last game. I mean, yeah, that you're not wrong. You're not wrong, dude. Do I really double level here? Like, I was talking about my stream title. Yeah, I mean, okay, now that you guys have come here, there's no way I double level this, right? No way. Surely not. I should have double leveled this. Fuck, who told me not to double level? Do you like that I'm playing against Sorks when I have a fucking bilge? A bilge bramble. This guy is fucking sad. He lost me level 5 to 4. Oh yeah, cutting corners. It's okay. Love and appreciate you. Thank you. First, yeah, that's what I was confused by. When you said we, I was like, is Fern 2 people? Fuck, man. You know the worst thing about this game is I should go swords. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is a sword pivot, unironically. But it's like I just beat someone who's a sword player, so it's like, oh, contested swords kind of. Yeah, it looks like a Silco game, man. Never going to source a game without spat. Fuck. X Ligas. Thanks for someone on the stream. Boom. You know, I think I've been sleeping on Nautilus. Even if you don't have bilge water, it doesn't seem that bad. The pull-in together is a really nice effect for a lot of units. Like, it's really nice.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
You got it right? Oh my god, man. I'm a beast. And Fern, thank you so much for the sub. Over the stream. Lots of leader, he is ball. Yeah. This guy is win streaking Piltover. Okay, I'm down to play him. Down to play this guy. Down to play this guy. Oh, I'm good. I beat all my matchups. Yeah, the 30% extra buff feels pretty good. Like 75 armor turns into like, what's 30% more 75? 1.3 times 7, like 90 armor ish. Pretty good. Oh, it's 98. I see. That's pretty much, you're pretty much right. So much as passive is tanking this. I mean, that's okay. At least he has the potential to be strong. I'm not gonna lie, if I get bilge spat at 3-2, we're completely back. Like we're back. And I don't go Swords. Yo! Yes. Oh! Hold on. My doorway. Okay. That's okay, guys. Thank you. I was off right after this game. Thank you. The katana arrived, guys.
The shadows.
This is a sword pivot win. No. Just chill. Yeah, remember when I won the Valor tournament? You remember when I became the best Valor player in the world? I got a custom katana. With my name engraved on it. What did I have to shoot for? We had to put down Temmie. Don't worry, I took the first shot. Oh. Is this not scope seems pretty good.
Set sail.
I feel like I need to slam this, but oh my god, slamming these items when I'm playing LDP 2 Heisters. Interesting. I think I'm gonna lose soon because my boards are not good, man. I'm selling these. I'm not playing Village anymore, right? Now, no, I'm more likely going for more.
Every step, a new journey.
Well, I guess we'll go with it. We'll see.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
Scope is so awesome because it lets you play 2 carries. And you know what you play with the 2 carries? You just play Vanquishers. And that's it. You're good. You don't have to do anything crazy.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
I'm selling this. I don't think I'm playing it left. You play Sedge, Vanquishers, and if you play Mordekaiser, you play Slayer off with Bruiser off Rek'Sai, and then you with also Vanquishers, you can play Nyla and Mord. It's good. You think we do the really funny thing where we look at each other in the eyes, get real close, rub noses, get a giggle a little, and do it again totally as a joke? Yeah, for sure, man. Just come on over. Tell us a story. It's almost bedtime.
There will be peace in the Frail Lord. I will forge it.
I was supposed to be picking something. Oh my fucking god. It's fine. No, it's okay. This is actually okay. I literally got this so distracted, man. I have a boy, dude. I got this TikTok on my For You that said like, it was like you told me to go to hell, but I'm in my late 20s, and all my friends are married, and I was like, huh. That's kind of how I feel, man. I'm surrounded by people in loving relationships, and they have pets. It's not just like, it's just like fuck, man. Take one or the other, okay? Yeah, I'm in on relationship TikTok a lot. I don't really know why. Oh, and I'm on Bardcore, which is actually kind of awesome. No joke, I want to try triple Rage Blade. Oh, this guy's so weak. What the heck? Oh my god, it's fucking over. Rage Blade. Oh, I mean, triple Blade Mord, and then like Nyla can build whatever. Like I could give her like Hodge or whatever. I need some weird Vanquisher thing where I can play Nautilus. Oh my god, that is too many tiers. That's a lot of BFs too. Dude, I'm good, man. That's.
Water to me.
Noxus will rise.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Okay, that's pretty good. I'm gonna wait one round, but it's probably gonna have to be DB Nyla into Archangel's Mord here. Binary is so good here, actually. Or Vanquisher Mordekaiser.
will rule the Freljord. The void has breached this place. I will rule the Freljord.
I don't think I can play this. For Vanquisher.
If I sound rude, it's because I've got a world to save.
I just need to get Slayer in here. Way over this. That's my board. Oh, I can with the unit. I can go 3 Noctis actually. What the heck? I didn't even know this.
I won't be denied.
Demacia, now and forever.
Hello? Yeah, it's fine. Just take the whole thing, man. Yeah, yeah, don't worry. No, no problem. All right, guys, the case is gone now. We have all these kids in our chat, bro. What do you mean kids? It's because I'm exude youthful energy. And that's my bad, honestly. Sorry, guys. Dude, who did I play against? Doubles, snipers focus. Wait, I'm so sad. I've been 7 the whole game rolling for more too. Also, doesn't it suck that I didn't hit a single boat this game? Like, I had to make the worst items ever because I hit like 4 tiers for no reason. How did I hit 4 tiers this game, man? Tier. Oh, I got a Hodge. This felt like I hit a lot of tiers this game. 2 BFs. Let's get sold soon.
The shadows.
Definitely this, right? I guess we'll see what happens before I put this.
Eternal servitude.
Like, I still don't have a bow, man. What do I even do with this, man? A full death cap? Like, isn't that...
Finality approaches.
Okay.
Get... We're gonna do some weird shit here. I think Crown Gardener and Bruisers makes a lot of sense. Can't be that bad. Let me cook. Wait, this couplet is sick. Wait, I cooked like a fucking beast. But I just didn't hit my unit, which is like not my fault. Like I tried to cook. Chow Mien for UTP. Thanks to this up. Welcome to the stream and Charles Sky TWT. Welcome back. Like I feel like I don't know. I feel like I cooked okay. Like it's really like I did a kind of a good job. Like if you look at this game and you're like, wow, Scarra did a bad job, but I don't know. I don't think that's my fault, man. Bro. I don't know. This is one of those games where
Ionia. The place was so damn quiet before I came along.
oh thank God he doesn't have that many items. Boo. Flat. This is gonna be so weird, but I think it's the right call. Oh, retroactively, I have like it gives me more stats for my main carry. But I can't really even put, I can't drop Slayer, you know. It's really hard to put in. Like, how do I even do this? Do I not just level and sack these? They never get played? There is no way. Dead. Another fit. Man. I guess it's fine. These are like the first fifths I've gotten in a while. I think when you roll down at 7 and you don't hit, it's really bad. Just because I feel like I was rather uncontested with Mordekaiser. And I was hoping to hit more 2 and push, but never hit it. That's mad. Honestly, it's fine. Fits are okay, I guess. Good hot pot places? I only know not Dintai Fug. The really common one that's everywhere that I really like. Fuck man, what's it called? Death Hideout, yeah. And it's good. It's just really pricey. So like I'm sure there's better ones, but I have not been to like a better one recently. I do TF because Pandora is always my favorite directionless augment. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. TF Legend, I think, is one of the best learning augments. I tell all new players to play TF. Really good.
Now that is what I want to see.
Never been good. He's good on boards like Scuttle Puddle where you get the like 20 gold at the beginning. I'd rather. I really have to hold this Aurelia. Oh wait, it's a bilge. It's another build. I only want Rising Infamy. That's it. Ooh, okay. Wait a sec. Hold on to this too, and then this, and then. Should he hold on to this? I don't know anything about TFT. Oh, TFT is just like a lot of TFT. It's like Hearthstone. Like any strategy game is gonna have a lot of downtime. So TFT is just like my excuse to talk to chat.
I am here to test souls.
I don't want this, man. But what do I sell for it? There's a small chance to go kill here, so double trouble. Oh my god. I don't know the Ixtal. Give me a sec. Oh. I'm cringe. I know. Just don't say anything. I know. I did not want to take this. I did not want to fucking take this. It was just a raw ancient archives and all the options suck. Cover this. It sucks so much too, man. I think I should just I could have just taken double triple played rogue. Really good from here. So good, man.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
Come to the NRG Starfield party tonight. There's an NRG Starfield party. Oh, interesting. Like, are they celebrating Starfield? I guess. Wait, Kobe, did anyone invite you to our shindig yet? Oh, hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec.
That is what I want to see.
Let me.
Let's start the show.
My items are so bad. Like just fucking terrible, man. I'm just gonna lose this. I like McCare, man. Oh, this guy's actually kind of weak. I should have leveled. I fucking totally. It's okay. Is Night Harvester even good? I guess it's good on Nyla. Wow. I would have won with a slam. Boop. The thing is, I don't really think it's. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure it was right. Just to. I'm just gonna wait on items. This game is too easy. The RFC is overrated. I don't think it's that good. I think RFC is only good if you have two of them or scoped. The scoped is like having two of them pretty much, you know? Alright, so I hit the nuts with the early Zaya, and so I just need to hit the nuts with another unit after. I have Ionia Spider already, which is heckin' good. I'm in a pretty great position. Have Bramble, that's pretty good.
You cannot hide.
I have but one life to give
Really
for
a few?
Ionia.
So good,
Must make it
okay.
count.
mods are single. All my mods are actually extremely attractive supermodels. Okay, their time is very valuable, and you should be very grateful that they're able to spend their time on this stream. We teach modeling as a main profession and winning the Nobel Prize as a side profession. Really, most of them are just busy all day. Their TFT hit rate must not be high, bro. This is... Oh, is social distancing good on Ionian? Or... Oh, fuck. This is a... I have to go look at stats kind of angle, because I actually do not play this fucking comp. Oh, it does look not bad. I mean, it makes sense that ADAP, adding ADAP to units that get a lot of crits, it'll be more valuable on them than opposed to something like gunners who get a lot of ADAP. You see what my mods look like? So, I don't think you can live with yourself. I'm very fortunate to have the most attractive mods.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I'm actually down to hold on to this.
It's the only place I've been.
Wait, the mod's making a mod command. Wait a second, Nasa. Hold up a sec. That looks like some glazing right there. Editing it. Yeah.
Victory for the Messiah.
Okay, like, what do I do here? It's just Gunblade, but there's no PF. Okay. Like, what? Did I really go with glove here? I guess I go with glove, man. Oh, 6 and 6. Oh, what is this? Ooh, there's an Orange Forge? Like, Defiance is really good. And so is Mogul.
Shurima is not of this time.
I just put this for a while. I'll be honest, usually I roll a lot earlier for my units, but I looked at the lobby and it looked kind of weak.
Is what I want to see.
Okay. Like, I would level here almost all the time, but am I not losing this matchup regardless? I guess. Possible. Is it one of the, oh, he's level 7. He's got 0 gold, level 7. 0. His front, oh, he's 2-star Nasus though. That is a good unit. Fuck, my 30 gold and my streak. Fuck. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Of course. Of fucking course, bro. Like, it was literally the round after I got this. Did I CS2 yet? Oh. I wanted to gamble in CS2 just for fun.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Bro. Okay, I have to slam this. I guess slam this. I mean, my items are great. Super fucking good. I'm very happy with my position. I almost feel like rolling down here is a mistake. I think there's only 2 people playing Ionia, and I could wait till level 8 F45. Seriously, I mean, eventually. Really great loss. Okay, be real with me here, okay? Oh! I don't think it's Ionia's bad, because I would have to go 9 to make it to play it. Pretty sure it's just scope, man. This is we're chilling. I'm not a Rage Blade. Oh fuck, did I Rage Blade actually? Is that just fucking Gunblade? I have fucking Ionian spat, man. Not the Death Cap. Not really. Not the Crown Guard, I guess. Cabell 206 or Subway with speed. Oh yeah, Ash instead of Karma. I mean, yeah, I could do that, but it's really just a waste of an augment slot. Karma's not that bad. The way I see it is like, look, I am going to I think I'm fine. Wait, look, I make it to next round really easily, and I didn't waste a lot of gold for it. This guy has Nyla scoped, Nyla 2 Pandora's bench, or Nyla 1. But he's got 2 Hodges. Like, don't these items look really rough to play? Hodge, Ione, spat large rod. Seems Hodge. Does he have idealism? Holy fuck, he ended with 3 Hodges, man.
the monster out.
I mean, it's 50. I mean, I feel like it's okay. I'm down for fucking rage, but I do not give a shit. Oh, we gotta take it. What's up, Emily? Come back to my computer and end up here. Well, you know, that means you're the best. Do I really slam a gunblade here? Oh, I mean, what else can I build? Crown guard?
Is not of this time.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Why are you losing? Good fucking question. I sold one of the units I needed. Oh no. Uh-oh. Yeah, I did not have upgrade. Also don't have 4 vanquishers yet. That sucks. This was my only competitor, right?
Fate drowns the unworthy.
No, I messed up. But like, yeah, this is a lobby where there's only one Ionian player, which is awesome. Means I have no competition for my unit. What do people normally add as a +1 here? Just any random unit like this? That looks okay.
Water to me.
For Vanquisher, I mean, this is supposed to be the Vanquisher, yeah, but I don't have it yet. Yeah, the +1 could be anything. Fuck it. It is Belveth. Oh, this Jarvan ulti is suck ass. Oh, it went the other way. Oh, thank God.
Become what they fear.
Well, I'm not gonna lie.
Is what I want to see.
The I2 kind of owns. I2's kind of own it. You guys think I can open sell this, right? Yeah, I can open this. For sure, I'm finding the unit after. Is 5th game in a row with a Nyla? Yeah, don't worry, I got it. Oh, these comps are kind of hard. Down for a frontline item here. I mean, I have literally one fucking frontline item.
I sound rude because I've got a world to save.
I want frontline items here. VQ ever hit Challenger? Oh yeah, for sure. I heard he's playing. He's back to Valor though, right? Oh shit! I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to Heimerdinger here, but I mean, do I have enough? Do I have enough gold to make it work?
For great science.
Sure, I did not. I did roll a 0 like every round, man. Oh my god. You used to play ATFT 8 hours a day. I mean, that's cool. My front line is actually so bad. Like, please, man. Oh, is this guy dead? He does not look alive. He does look dead. Sounds better than Belbeth. I don't know, man. Belbeth kind of owned. I mean, I think if you have scope, the value of Belbeth goes up by like a tremendous amount. TFT just makes Arcane Season 2 come out faster. You know what? I'm pretty sure they're gonna have an announcement soon. Hopefully, hopefully at Worlds. That would be sick. Riot Games, wouldn't that be fucking awesome? There's already I mean like a trailer or something, you know? They announced that it's happening when it's coming out, but I want like my eyeballs on something, you know? I don't know if this is the better than going Deathblade. I do think, however, Frontline is really underrated in this position. Like, sure, you could have had Deathblade Zaya, but like, I'd rather just stick with these items and actually just make more Frontline. What was damage? Bro, you think my comp lacks damage? My Frontline is weak. Oh, that does look to me like a Vanquisher. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, what are the chances I find an Ash? Did I fucking make this Ash that put this on?
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
We Velvet? Nope. But we should have this for now. The spike from 4 to 6 is like tremendous. It gives you 40% crit. The damage spikes like crazy. Wow, he got an off another cast. That's so good. He's gonna walk to that cast. There's this fake to upgrade him. I mean, he's a body. I do not mind. Juggernaut as well, definitely not fake. Karma is actually real now as well, which really sucks. Vanquisher Shen, does he do damage? Oh, he does do damage. What the fuck? I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm playing the best comp in the game. I hit the best items, like the best spat for it, stats for it. I'm pretty sure I'm chilling this game, man. There's 2 players who took all the Mordekaisers from the pool. Like I'm chilling. You see this guy? 3 more. This guy has. That guy has 5 more to just play against. Yeah, Sorkshen is great. Wait, so this is the comp people are talking about, like Void Talia. So do you actually like what level do you re-roll this? Because I see like too many golden units here, kind of. This 6? What's 7? Oh heck yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 golden units. Okay. Probably I heard. You buy Karma? Oh, I should buy it now that she has a big spat for sure. 9,500 lives. What the fuck, man? What? Wait, she almost killed my carry. Did this trickster count the Shelly health? It does, right?
As Ionia changes, so must I. He died before he could make War 3. Okay. So it's just me and the Void player left? Oh no. He just has to go 8 and play Baron and I'm dead? Like, look at how many 3 stars he had. Is this even fucking legal? Like, what? Oh my god. I have to deny Void on Carousel too. My frontline's dead. But now that it didn't auto kill, where the fuck is my... What the fuck, man? What if I do this? Aha! How much damage is... Okay, which of these gives you more damage? Like...
I may be merciful, but Tardo isn't.
Did he just slide in a more too somehow? Just like randomly just put that shit in there? Okay. Bro, I'm getting disarmed. Oh, I'm fucked, man.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
What if I do? But oh, my front line is literally just dead. Okay, he killed something useless. Oh my god. My front line just fucking boom. Boom, man. Sorry, second's pretty good. Wait, that comp is kind of the thing is like you have to be uncontested. Like, there's no way you roll at 7 and you hit Cho 3. Fucking he hit trade sector all the way up. That would make sense. Cho 3, Mouse 3, Cassin 3, Tricksters, Belcos 3. He literally hit everything, man. This is all 3. Like what? I'm gonna play some ads. Going back up. Dude, I drink so much water. It's almost gone.
Don't listen. Don't listen to the account. The fuck? The fuck? Didn't know OTV accounts were run by snitches, bro. The fire alarm went out, yeah, because it like literally I walked by the fire alarm and just started going off. Beer too hot. You don't have to say it, man. How's the fire alarm there? No, like I was upstairs like, oh, fire alarm went off. Okay. Today, this game, I will not go Ionia. Oh well. Well, maybe let's not be too fast. You decide what to do first for your stars. I mean, sometimes, but what you probably shouldn't until you see. You can have a plan, but plans change if that makes sense. There are people who just play one comp every game, but like usually for me, I go with the flow. Dude, I wish there was Garen in this set. I would play so much fucking Garen, but like, there's no fucking Garen. Instead, Garen got replaced by Quinn. Who even likes Quinn? When's the patch for TFT? Can someone tell me? Not saying I don't like the meta right now, but I'm just saying. The next week? Oh my god, that's so long. Oh. Oh. Wait. Jackpot. 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 Yahtzee. Yahtzee.
So strange. We swing.
Tomorrow's gonna be a week since you relapsed the Lost Ark. Oh no, I meant like, you know, a week since I got to the Brell level. Please give me a fucking milio. Oh, this one.
This place could use some reshaping.
All right, thoughts if I just go rogues then from this position.
This place could use some reshaping. You are in trouble!
I am here to test souls.
Wait. Wait.
Keep your enemies
Did you just see what
close.
happened? That guy peeled off. That guy is going Cho. So then I can go Nico. Oh, sick. Okay, never mind, never mind. Stay the course, stay the course, stay the course. I said I go Rogue to pick Rogue Heart. Rogue Heart sucked. I'm gonna be honest with you. I would have taken it just for the Kiana too. But Rogue Heart is really lackluster. Unfortunate. I wish it was better.
Pain they've never imagined.
Seriously? I mean, I can just go Redemption and then BT here. No?
Fight me if you have the spirit.
Our row 4 rogues are good enough? Yep. Look at you, like there are situations like if there was a 6 rogue, I would fucking play 6. I would take it all the time. And all the 4 rogues are fine. You just save space sometimes, and sometimes the space, like you could do stuff with the space you save, right? Like a +1 bond, but a lot of times that +1 bond doesn't do anything for you. Okay, it's okay. I know what you guys are thinking. This guy's fucking crazy. The answer, yeah, I am. But don't worry, this comp is gonna turn incredible. Let me just show you guys visually what the comp is gonna look like in a sec.
I carry my family with me.
Double front line, so good.
Okay.
The comp is gonna be, oh, wait, it's kind of this. Hold on a sec. It's this. And then you probably just play 4 Bastion. Or 4 Invoker. It's 4 Invoker, 4 Bastion. So it's like Arma, whatever fucking random Bastion you want, really, like this. And whatever Invoker you want. Let's say Rise, even though it's kind of unlikely. Is that winning the lottery, finding your soulmate? Oh, I'm definitely rather go find my soulmate. Unless a lottery is like super big. Like we're talking like I don't know. Like I feel like money is like not as much of an issue for me right now. So I would definitely take that, the other.
We are to fight now? Let's go!
You need Milio. Milio does nothing. You accept? I have Milio. I don't need Milio 2. Milio 1 and 2 does nothing in terms of difference. By the way, I didn't slam any items because this is the person I want to lose to. Please. Oh no, I did not. Did I lose? Actually, kind of interesting. Oh no.
We did it! Yeah!
Oh, you mean Millia for this? Oh yeah, so he's Millia here. Sure.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I got fucking Carrick. It's a massive dub. Drastic still gives you 40 health per rounds. I'm literally gonna have so much health. It's gonna, I mean, unstoppable. 12k HP late game easy. Yeah, I don't know about 12k HP. That might be a little bit of a stretch. You do dummies? Yes. Yeah, I dropped 3x still probably around in stage 4. You at 724. Welcome back for 43 months. Thanks for subbing.
Turn it up!
Maybe a little bit before stage 4. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what to build on Nico. I know a lot of people like building damage, and I'm still not sure. I'm hoping. Oh, there do be a karma. I've seen the double titans build work, but I feel like double titans only good if you get that one really sick thing. How about spark? Sometimes so I'm gonna wait one round before I slam. If I get the augment, I really want to do double titan. Yeah, if it strikes to 40, because then it means I can eat these items as well. It makes it really easy. River Karma. Oh yeah, you're right. There is a guy directly contesting the comp. Oh my god, why, man? No way though. No way. Because he's playing blue buff, right? No one would play blue buff with this comp. I'm pretty sure they're just gonna go Swords. That's fine. No big deal. Son of Titans, because the item is kind of meh unless you get the augment. If you get the augment, it's really good. There's no way this isn't the most broken shit ever, man.
I command you to die!
Now these items are so fucking weird, man. It's weird because like I need to slam something, right? Like I'm about to slam Sunfire on this unit, man. Nico, I might have to. My items are really bad. Maybe it's Nash's actually. I'm thinking, what if I do Nashers and then go Crown Guard? And I have these two items on level left. I think that's a pretty nice middle ground. Geiger Spark. I need 2 things, but it's okay. Move it over to Spark later. Is there any world where I actually keep 3x calls without rejuvenating the game? Probably not, right? Being able to play 4 and 4 is actually insane. It's he auto a couple extra times for fun. Some resist, nope. Oh, he cashed out. I mean, that's good for me. Don't fucking do it, dude. Spark's gotta be her best item, and then Spark's super good. This is the question of, do I do Spark first or Crown Guard first? I think it's Spark first because, I guess this could turn into anything, honestly. If I leave this,
As Ionia changes, so must I. Every step, a new journey.
God. I mean, do I not just okay? I'll just fuck it. Oh, I didn't get it on time before the combat starts, so I didn't get the fucking help. Uh oh. I think it's probably should have slammed Spark. I think this lobby is more AP. A fan of Spark? Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want it either, but like, if you look at how she gets it from other sources, it's pretty much impossible. How did she die? What?
I may be merciful.
Wait, I literally don't even know how she died. Asio double? Oh, okay, I see. This guy is going Nico. He's going 3 target. Like, I guess he's just saving gold. Can't believe that 1 and 2 is bruiser players. Interesting. No, I just lost because I didn't fucking get crown guarded on in time. I mean, I will easily backline this fucking chalice because I have this front line.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Werewolfer. I mean, I don't know, man. I feel like I need to get out of this stupid thing ASAP before Bastion soon. I probably need to backline a target on me. I think I need more damage. Oh, that's Spark. We had Night Harvester. It's sparking in my harvester. I might just do that. That sounds kind of lit.
Ah, this place could use some reshaping.
Now, let's prove our courage.
Okay.
What does the install get if I run 4 install? Oh, I get, oh, the scaling.
You always fight
For Bastion, I mean, we'll see. The problem is the third install hex is actually really pretty good with Rejuvenating Flame. Like, much better than you would expect. What the fuck is this, bro? I cannot do social distancing, right? No gloves. Crown. I've always loved crown builds. No more crown. I think it's. Oh.
For Targon.
Bastion target. It's definitely Bastion. Wow. Starzaya.
Ionia speaks through me.
I don't have any rush to book right, Kiana. The thing is at 8, I can do 6, which is really good. Invoker Terror good. He gets mana lock. Right? Oh. That do be someone good. The problem is, I actually feel like Invoker, I go 6 Invoker now, so I kind of want to go 8. But it's such a bait to go 8 if you're playing. Where did my Terex on my bench go? Did I sell them on accident? Your RA is overrated. I mean, I'm not gonna have any items for RA either, so it's very whatever. I can take that for Ionian Spat for some sort of hop end, but it's so sketch, so sketch. I still need AP. I need a lot of AP. How long do I actually buff this unit? Pretty sure. That did not kill me.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Scarra's easy to influence? What do you mean? Wait, it sounds like my regulars suck. I'm gonna just replace you guys all with Celine viewers soon. Better watch your mouths, guys.
You always fight so poorly.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Do you not always keep 3 XL? Nah, you toss it shit, I'm pretty sure at some point it's better just to have 6 Bastion. The stats you get are immense, I think, and also it sucks. I rolled so much there, I didn't find a single Nico. Galleon not better to hold. I'm never putting Galleon on board, so probably not. I might put Galleon, honestly. I'm not leveling anytime soon, so for me it's not relevant, I guess. Dude, it's just I don't have a backline carry. It's super bad.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
This guy went 7 and rolled Soraka 3. That's okay, because there's only one Nico. Oh, there's 3 Nikos gone. The Ixtal Rise good, bro. Ixtal Rise is fucking frontline.
That's where you belong. In the dirt.
They will go no further.
For Targa.
No, man. I have no fucking damage or what, man? Probably Gunblade, but I don't care enough. I'm gonna just spam this here as well. I actually think I need more. It's one of those odd games where fucking the entire lobby is playing something that I need to get healed for. It sucks. I have gotten almost no Nikos this game, like just none at all, right?
I may be merciful, but Targa is
this bitch, you know?
As Ionia changes, so must I.
target you.
This game is so bad. This game is so fucking bad. Everyone's Ixowitz Wood, there's literally one person running it, they have 3 Nikos. Nice try. What, this random person playing blue buff Soraka is actually like hard grief in that game. Every Nico game, same thing happens, man. I just not playing the BT on Kiana. Imagine not knowing how to play the game. I'll play some ads. That's like. Oh, why is it every time I play like some sort of invoker board, I swear it's like I never hit and I just go bot 4. Happens every fucking time. Even if I'm in the best position for it, does not matter. That sucks. Mm-mm-mm-mm. Man. Oh yeah, Saber made a guide for TF reroll.
Bilgewater. Home bitter stinking home.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Oh, that was that a 6 opener? I think that was a 7 gold. Does that mean I only get 2 items this game? Oh, it does mean, hold up a sec. Whoa, hold up, hold up. You want 2 Cassios or 2 Graves?
Keep your enemies close, and me closer.
I think I have 2 Cassios. I don't think it's full gold opener here. Oh, I was wrong. Oh, I was definitely wrong.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
I think it's a 20 golder. Huh. The problem is it's slaughter dog, so it's like probably the worst thing to ever sell my board. But I have a 20 gold opener and it's not that one thing that gives you default 20. I will lock this board. I'm locking this board. I'm locking this. I'm locking this. I'm fucking.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Bow to the void, or be consumed by it.
I should have leveled. Are you serious? I didn't hit I didn't hit Ori here. Wait, I level because I want a better chance of hitting Swain, but like, need a better chance of hitting Ori. Can I not double level here
Guess we're
and
fighting.
still be? Wow, I can't. Oh, that's a lot of kills. You know, I do not know whether Milio was better than Poppy here, but who like? Oh, this guy's board looks pretty good. Actually, only did 5 and losing. Wow. Well,
Justice will be served.
that's kind of sad.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
I think I need to move. Oh, please ulti, please ulti, please ulti. Oh, fuck. I need to move my mouse to the middle to try to hit more units. I always forget to do this with mouse. If I won this round, I might have been already. I already told you this in 3 top 4. But losing this round makes it a little sketch, like very sketch actually. I think you always default tier or Vel'Koz here. Every other option sucks. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait, I literally just hit like everything. It's actually fucking saved. You keep Gabriel one map for 13 months. I thought you listen to Influencer Games you posted was a banger. Thank you. Yeah, you even got here. I wonder if there's ever a real, like, every time I play this comp, I feel like I roll at 7 and then try to go for Ari and always fail. But maybe the play is just to go and play Vel'Koz carry, man. Maybe Ari's a fraud. Because it feels like unless you hit Ari 2, like it's just like you're fucked. Oh man. Ari's 1 is a fraud, but I mean, yeah, then you're just better off with 2-star whatever. There's a Herald reroll at 6 Void at 6 with Sork. It's with Talia. Actually, kind of interesting. Really good. The bots are still ahead of the lobby. I don't know, man. All those spots I feel like are fake. But yeah, maybe. Yeah, I've been saying fraud a little bit more because I swear every TFT streamer started saying the word fraud. But I don't even have the emote. But I swear I just, in my head, I just fucking hear it. Oh my god. I have top 4. Oh, it's this one? I'm down. What's fraud about TFT? Everyone just says the word fraud about everything. Kodo's the greatest coach for TFT. Who? Exactly. Oh my god, there's no fucking way.
I may be merciful, but Tarzan isn't.
No, just no way. Just absolutely illegal behavior here. All right, what do I do with the rest of these items? Not for this, and hold these 2. You probably could play Shiv here if you really wanted to, but and then Toss and TG. It's not terrible. Gotta sell everything here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't sell Ori here because if I +1, then I have to hold Ori. Hodge Sway, oh, I'm good. I think Hodge is like one of the worst case uses of these 2 items on this comp. Especially because I have a healing augment, which is technically, I don't know if it's a real healing augment. It's kind of a fake healing augment. Also, random aside, I caught up with Jujutsu Kaisen this morning. Oh, fucking Christ. I mean, how bad can it be? It could be really bad. Please give me. Oh my god. I got Bill. I got Tier. Honestly, it's kind of fine. Honestly, it's not even bad. Multitasker for Shen? Yeah, what multitasker do you see? Yeah, I caught up with the manga. And honestly, I just wish people weren't spoiling fucking idiots, man. Like, I've never been annoyed at like fans before this. I feel like this is the only time where it was like impossible and everyone fucking spoiled the shit out of it, man. So stupid. And also, after I read and caught up to 200, I get 220 chapters now. Is what it's at, right? I'm holding on to this because I get slaughtered on. I think it's okay. I'm gonna go look around for any Samira players, but I think it's okay to greed. But yeah, after reading all of it and everything, catching up completely, my thoughts are I don't like it that much. I feel like a lot of the action that was good was interjected with a bunch of fucking text. Some of it which was obviously very nice, some of it foreshadowing, some of it whatever. but a bunch of it was like, what the fuck, man? Some bullshit exposition or something that was like really took me out. Did not. It's all right. The only funny thing about Jujutsu Kaisen, which is this guy whose fucking domain expansion is gotcha, and every time he uses it, it goes into their opponent's head about how it works, and then they have to then deal with a guy who has the ability to pull a jackpot 1 out of every 213 times. And then that's the entire story. And I'm just like, okay, that's kind of fucking funny though. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of fucking funny. That spoilers, bro. I did not say what he did. I did not say anything. Just literally in the thing, it tells you that his stupid thing is a 1 in 216 chance. It's the first thing that happens. Trust me, you're not missing shit. Literally, you're missing nothing.
A new journey.
Lario, welcome back for 29 months. Thanks for subbing. That's the biggest spoiler. It's not even a secret, man. It's like the first guy he fights, he's like, boom. And then there's just 16 paragraphs of how it works. And I'm like, holy fuck, man. It's times like these I really appreciate Chainsaw Man's author. A lot of it, the show don't tell kind of thing, is really nice. You know? Really, really nice. Where I don't have to be like, holy fuck. And I'm literally rereading Hunter x Hunter again, man. Yeah, yeah. Oh, can I even use this? I mean, the thing is, is this unit actually real? Sometimes I feel like he's not. I swear, because I'm losing Invoker Targon off this, but like, I always feel like he's just like a trait bot, and if he's not 2-star. I'm not caught up with Chainsaw. I decided instead of reading Chainsaw Man, I'd read Jujutsu Kaisen, just so that I couldn't get spoiled anymore. And honestly, bad decision. My bad. I apologize. Wait for GP? Not even worth it, bro. Lose Void. Like you want me to lose my cast into? Hell no. Hold on. I lost this. No way. Oh, the way my damage split was so bad. I think I can make it Swain 3 this game, right? Pretty sure.
Always on the run.
Yeah, I think Kasa is underrated. A lot of units right now are auto attack based. It's a meta where Nyla, Mordekaiser, Zaya exist, and you can almost always snipe one of them with Kasten. I've been thinking he's been pretty good for an interesting amount of time, like a while. Oh, I mean, it's the free shiv, right? Now.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain. Let's see what they're made of.
Yeah, I think holding on to Swains for Slaughter Docs in particular was a really good idea, and it's really gonna pay dividends soon. The problem with is, however, I accidentally put Village Spat on him, forgetting that I was gonna stack him over Tarek this game, because usually you stack Tarek. Bro. You got a remover? Yeah, but the problem is I need a remover for my other units, man. Sork +1? You already know, I'm not even... And it's a fucking Swain. You... Disgusting. 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 Fuck, I kind of... We'll actually take out Void here. I think I kind of need multicasters. Let me see how this works out. Let me see how this works out for a bit. It's like, this is a game where I'm like I'm pretty sure I just go 8, right? Like, I'm looking at my board, I'm like, well, everything's upgraded. Well, what am I hoping to roll for 1 Soko is the only alternative? I feel like this is a pretty awesome board. I'm just going 8 and I'm sacking stage 4. I'm probably lose 25 HP by the end of this round. Probably be like 65, 55. Pretty good. 8 Sork is such a high cap. Oh, I don't ever run double Sork. I think 8 Sork is a pipe dream. It's only possible if you're running double Sork, and usually if one of them's silver. Look at this. Look at that. He smurfed. Also, is this 2-star? 2-star? What? Wait, this guy. Oh. That guy high roll. That guy had a dirty fucking high roller, man. 8 Sork's okay with +2. Great with +2 is a stretch. Yeah, isn't he level 7? He level 7, 20 gold, and he hits this. I'm even surprised he's still rolling. Does he need to? You run an 8 Sork with a +1. You don't run Jarvan and you run all the fucking Sorks. So the weird thing about this game, this is the one strange fucking game. There's how many Ionian players? 3 Ionian players. I might need Sunfire, because I need Sunfire for this guy. I need Sunfire for this guy. I need Sunfire for this guy. So it's like, ugh, like really fucking ugly game, I think. I mean, or I just grab a Negatron, I guess. Yeah, I mean, maybe take the BF. No, I think this is a game where I run 6, because especially with the rerolls at 7 and 8, you're gonna get Vel'Koz to be this. Oh wait, you're not.
Let's raise the stakes.
10 gold. I'm down. I'll probably just playing for top 3 this game. Leveling here means you're not playing for first. I'm okay with that. This lobby is a little weird.
Strength of Noxus.
I mean, I'm pretty happy with everything. Okay, is there any world I'm getting Tarek 3? It's like this guy is 6 goes. Is he a chance? Sword passive underrated. I think sword passive is all my damage when I play this fucking card. Maybe it's possible. It's just because I get slaughter dogs.
But Targon isn't.
I mean, at 5-1 next stage, you guys are gonna see fucking everyone rolling. Multicasters made my unit. Honestly, I should. I think whenever you get Swain 3 or Carrick 3 in this comp, you're just killing. Like this unit, you used to so contested before. Rush shed for GP? Yeah, that's not happening. God, I want to play this Jarvan so bad. But, Exciting and multicasters. I mean, you just sell this. You don't sell the sword, the shed. I don't think. Oh, I'm kind of down for this. I mean, is this not the most insane swing ever now?
Shurima is where all paths converge.
For Targon.
About time I got my hands dirty.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I agreed this. I'm like,
Fight.
this is a fucking. This is never going in, man.
They can all burn.
Every soul shall serve.
Not I win the game. Sork's biggest problem is their frontline sucks. Like that's just straight up. It's super hard to ever get stable frontline because of it. But now I'm in a position where it's like, oh, I'm kind of owning. Versatile starter item, it doesn't matter because you can't control your first pick. But I mean, it's gotta be some Warmogs, right? Warmogs is the most versatile. It bilge over, no, it's not. Assume this does not exist, okay? If I got an opportunity to take 3 bilge spats on this carousel or take a Sork spat, I would take a Sork spat.
Become what they fear.
You make opponent? Yeah, again, it doesn't matter because you don't get to control your opponent, right?
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Roll. I mean, I don't think you ever 9. It's just not, you don't ever 9. If Bryce's Fusion's player went present, it's same. Who is he beating, man?
Survive. Fight. They can all burn.
I mean, it's not even that bad. Isn't Morello Silco pretty fucking good anyways? I think the way the Slaughter Docs works is you never go die, right? You reroll for everything everyone else is rerolling for, and you stop other people from rerolling. Is this Galio either broken? Like, how is he still doing so well with just this opener? He's going 9 as well. Holy fuck. Wait, I just realized I just hit my Morellos before hitting this player. That is a massive dub for me.
Let the monster out.
Massive dub. Bro, I still can't. Okay, there we go. Oh, that was kind of close.
From the shadows.
Let me hit this guy before he goes 9, please. I really want to hit this guy now. He has 2 Jarvans. Sure, Volcons makes a big difference. Yeah, if I can hit it. If I hit Ari first, I'm just dropping both of these, I think.
Become what they fear.
As a Jarvans, yeah, I know. But I don't have that much gold. I haven't seen a Jarvan.
Fight.
So everyone's gonna be holding stuff for this Slaughter Dogs, right?
Let the monster out.
Oh, Vel'Kozes are open, guys. Vel'Kozes are open. Yeah, I just cheated my way to a fucking top 3 this game. Like, the way my opener this game worked was so illegal. Not to play like it's level 9 kill. Oh. Alira, welcome back for 5 months. This is a Lost Ark. Okay, how do you know about what I do? Who do you? Freaking, who told you? Who's the snitch? No, I'm telling you, someone in my chat is a fucking snitch. Like, for sure.
The void has breached this place.
Guys, this is really embarrassing if I don't hit anything here. Oh my god, something in my eye. I hit nothing there. Oh god, that's embarrassing.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
The void has breached this place.
Yes, I am a weapon.
Oh, what am I fucking playing here? Oh, everything looks bad. Oh, it's okay.
Become what they fear. Survive. Fight.
Not bad. Okay, I just need to hold Jarvans and I'm good. This gets sold, right? These 2 get sold. Do I fucking buy this?
Let the monster out. Become what they fear.
You're happy.
Through loyalty, power.
I think I'm not playing Void here. I don't really care for it. Got double Jarvan, okay. Oh god. Is this a I get rolled? I got rolled? I got rolled. Okay. That's fine. No Jarvan here. Oh, it's fine. It's okay. It's fucking doomed. Like, how am I losing to Infusion Slayers, man? Is this comp even real? Okay, he has 8 Jarvans. Guys, I mean, usually we replace pass with Jarvan, but you're never hitting Jarvan.
Survive. Fight.
Oh, this guy only.
Demacia, now and forever.
How many? Oh, I need to spell cause. Oh, fuck.
I miss the darkness of the void.
How many Jarvans are available? Well,
Let the monster out.
I can win this game. I can win this. I can win this game for sure. No, not a second. Not a second. If I roll fast, I don't need to, man. I don't have that much gold. My roll down is gonna be like head. Oh. What? Bro, why did you give this to me before? Oh, never mind. It's fucking Slaughter Doc. You're right.
Your king has returned. About time I got my hands dirty.
You should have left home years ago.
Fuck even better, man. He goes the edge of mine, actually. You guys fucking hated it. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I'm dead. Gee. Oh, Slaughter Docs. It's okay. I'm surprised by I don't know. Is that I'm surprised Infusion even got to where that he did. Like, I'm so shocked. That's crazy. So yeah, Sonaldi, welcome back for 35 months. Chrome and CDF21, thanks for getting us up. Will I get banned if I choose to turn you into worm? No, we don't ban anyone here. We're very nice people. We'll play some match. Okay, you become a worm. Plans for Halloween? Yeah. You know, I don't know, man. I have a couple of Halloween parties that I got invited to, and I think that's my plan. I love Halloween. Dressing up is Halloween's a great excuse to dress up. I love the colors. I love the vibe. I love that it's approaching winter, so it's sweater weather. I love sweaters. Everything's awesome. Should over J4 in a mid game strategy buff is not worth it. He's really shitty holder for Sorkspat. Also, you're never getting J4 to that game, like ever. Iron G, welcome back for 10 months. Thanks for subbing. Your parties with large friends of house or going out for Halloween? Both. And I have both. I'm gonna go to like large parties and smaller parties. I need the costume. Okay. So you dress up as a slutty little legend. That's the idea. Oh my god. Slutty chonk. This bare ass cheeks right there. The only problem is I can't twerk. Like I just don't have it in me, you know? I didn't spend the time learning how to do that. And honestly, that's a big L. Twerking in your ankle. I need someone to show me. I'm a visual learner. Will your story have a happy ending?
There's always something big to
I mean, my life story? I hope so. I feel like it can't. I'm not saying. Okay, there's ways my life could turn very badly, but like I hope none of that happens. Like in my head, I'm like, well, you know, what happens if like all my money gets stolen? You know, I don't know. Like OTV dies in a crane crash. Lily gets debilitating like mental trauma off of it, and the group is shattered. Would I be happy? No. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen. Will Lily be dead? I prefer she be in lifelong trauma than die. Is that fucked up of me? Maybe that is fucked up. Maybe I really it's hard to choose.
A Noxian always rises to the top.
Like who's to say, you know? Well, the thing is, yeah, you can overcome lifelong trauma. So I'm actually giving her an opportunity to you know, power up.
Yeah. We did it. Yeah.
Okay, is it weird that I want to try Challenger again? My opener is not Challenger opener though.
I have but one life to give for Ionia. I must make it count.
Darkness. Darkness.
I can't tell if the previous discourse is a good read. I don't like it. I mean, it depends. Like, I can't tell you what a good or bad read is. I just didn't prefer it. You might like it. The way I see it, it's like, you know, there's going to be people who opinions you agree with, like movie critics and other critics that you agree with, and some you don't. You gotta find people you align with, right? Like the people who do food reviews. Some people say some place is really fucking great. I go to that place, I think it's ass. But I just have different preferences in my food taste. Or maybe I've been to like different restaurants, you know, where it's more clear, or like my palate is a little bit more refined. But really, it's very rarely that one, you know. Guys is all fighting, no time for plot. Not really, man. I feel like they do a lot of there's no way this guy's not going challenges, right? Like surely not, right? There is a guy going challengers. Surely not.
Name's Samira. Try not to slow me down.
I think I need to slam this, but I really don't want to. Hopefully I can win without slamming. It's such an, oh yeah, there's no world where you're not double up. All right, what do I want? Shojin's great. I also want Titans. Shojin, Titans, and the last but not least, I guess I don't really care what the other one is. No way. I guess I just make Guardbreaker here. No problem. I mean, Guardbreaker is an awesome item. So.
There's a saying, never fight Ionians on their home soil.
Definitely putting this in.
This is very exciting.
There's a challenger player. I thought he was talking about the other player, but he's talking about a literal challenger player. How does this happen? No one plays this fucking comp. This comp is so bad. I'm fucked. Let me lose it here. Fine, I'm just gonna make gold here. Here it has Fiora. Oh, this lucker, man. This fucking lucker. So good Vanquisher items. Fuck. Oh, it's fine. I'll roll that at 7. Whatever I hit, I'll play. This might be a Vanquisher game. I can't believe it's another game where I go for challenges to pivot Vanquisher. Oh, I don't know if I can do that anymore. Oh no. Oh no. It's Rat Town. So good for Rat Town. Wait. Another one? No fucking way. Oh, this is terrible. It's like the worst Rat Town I could ask for. He had 6 challenger, of course. Didn't he even hit Warwick 2? I got literally an Ionia. Oh my god, do I really have to RFC this? Really, I think my first or second forecast will decide a lot of the game. I'll probably get one soon-ish.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
These 3 are all fucking insane. Remember when someone asked if Double Trouble Challenges is good? Huh.
Let's start the show.
Sork and Manafont, Swain 2, Vel'Koz 2, of course, Rat Town. Oh god, this is doom. It sucks I didn't even get Warwick 2 in Rat Town. I didn't even get 2 Warwicks in Rat Town, man. Isn't this game fucked though? Was Earth? Yeah, but they'll play it correctly. I mean, I have BTRC. I have to hold on to this. It just sucks. I have not like I didn't hit any fucking thing. Where did the challenging player hit? Gifts of the Fallen. Yep. I think I need the challenger spat to make this combo okay. Also, I can't roll next round, right? I have no fucking gold. Is this just not me going 8th? Like, just straight fucking 8th. The fastest 8th in my fucking life. Don't do it, buddy. I feel like I can't transition out of this comp easily. I'm gonna be honest. Super hard to transition out. Am I really leveling here and rolling 3 times? That feels very stupid. That feels like I'm a dumbass. Oh, Noxus. Yep. That's... If I had a Noxus spat, it would actually be okay, like this guy, right? But hell. You'll I think he 13-13, and then I'm rolling next round. Is that cooking? Vanquish or Noxus? Yeah, he's doing something. Okay, I mean, like I can play this with board as well. Dude, I still don't know what I'm fucking doing in this game. I just have to wait till 4-1. I don't really have a choice. If I roll down here, I'm literally playing for 6th place. I have to get so lucky to 2-star a random fucking unit here. Technically, I can still play more. Killed level 5. I killed a unit. Yo, that's fine. Great challenger. That's definitely not true. It's gonna be dependent on what I roll down. Yeah, I'm definitely not happy with how my game's going, but I just can't be lucky like this guy, right? Hits Fiora naturally, gets 6 challenger, perfect items, Jarvan. If I hit a Fiora here, I save 20 health on the stage.
Where there is evil, I shall go.
The shadows.
Every soul shall serve.
Demacia is counting on us.
I never hold back.
What guard breaker on him? I mean, I guess I don't really have a choice, right? Because from this position, it's kind of weird.
Demacia is counting on us.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Where is? Oh, fuck, I did not. Like this. Fine. Oh, I'm missing the fucking Slayer, but it's okay.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Now!
BT here is really bad. What else do I have? What other options do I have here? I'm gonna do this. I vow, and then I play. I mean, I really don't want this, but I'll take it. I have to. Right? BT is very low tier item, but whatever. Usually BT is her best item, but because Slayer gives a little bit of Omni Vamp, she's missing damage. It's fine. It's not a big deal. I will figure out how to play this comp. It's actually okay because the challenger spec allows you to play Fiora here.
I will rest when our homelands are restored.
Good. Oh, social distancing. Shit, you're right. Damn, you can't get any of the value? I will not social distance the back line. It's not good. I mean, like, my comp's not bad. I did Demacia. I think once I got the Slayer spell, I can. Yes? No? Yes? Oh.
Stand ready!
I mean, I might have to just slam BT here. I'm 34. If this guy's hard, I'm slamming BT. This guy looks fucking impossible. Yep. Yours. Shut up. For more next job? I wish. Still the nicest player, but it's 18 life. One more. Damn, if the Rat Town gave me another driver, it would be really good. I mean, I'm rolling at 7 and just
I guess this guy has 3-star Swain, Rat Town, and he got support cash virtue. Oh my goodness. Every second more, do I have the items to support it? It's the only thing you have to have. TG, yeah.
They'll be fine.
I get TG. I mean, I'm just rolling for upgrades, right? There we go. That's all the upgrades I can get. Aren't you really good work here, honestly? Guy has level 7, 40 gold. Okay. All right. I mean, I thought this was a very great pivot. Luckily I've played Demacia and Mordekaiser before, so I knew how to do this pivot. I don't know if I'm stable enough, but like, I mean, look at my items. I better be fucking stable enough. I was worried that I have too little life to lose. Like, this guy's too strong, right? He got Sork +1 overcharged mana font, and he got Swain 3. Like, this guy's huge. I could beat this guy now, I think, with Jarvan too. Let me play this guy. I'm down. Oh, my ghost played this guy. Fuck. My main character played the win streaker, strongest person in the lobby. That's not good. Okay, again. Nice.
Become what they fear.
The biggest problem is like my Mordecai just gets stuck on his fucking front line, man. Like, cool. He's playing Storks. He does fucking 50 if you ever lose and can't kill his Swain. If it's more, I'm gonna roll my ass off here.
Right to glory.
Oh, this guy's at 2-star more. How did he even play this? Interesting. Hit my Mord? It does. I mean, at least I have declaw for this matchup. It's not terrible. I just need my unit to kill stuff. If I can kill stuff, then it's all good. Oh, all my units are dead. Like 7 or 6. Oh, this game was just tragic, man. Sure, man. Sure. This mats. I will be right back. right, I'm gonna check on the status of the shoot. I'll be back. I'm just curious. All right, guys, we're switching to Lost Ark. Fuck this game. Well, I swear, I don't think Challenger's bad. I just think my games where I start Challenger Heart are the most cursed games I've ever seen in my fucking life, man. Like, I don't even understand it. Starting and it's just like instantly, oh no, it's someone else. They're in there. Azir is good, dude. Azir would do better than what I've been doing so far. Photosensitive warning. Hold on, let me hear it. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Photosensitive warning.
Photosensitive seizure warning.
Yeah, I don't know why this game takes literally like a decade to load. It's the slowest loading game I've ever played.
I can't believe I have 2 characters now. GTA 5 online, is it really slower? It's EAC, really. Gear upgrade grind. Belshaza, then K Angel, then the Khan. Oh yeah, second. I got second to. Wait, I have something to claim. What do I need to claim? I don't think I need to claim anything. Crystals are gold to be claimed in the currency exchange. Am I blind? Oh, it's here. Oh, yep. You got baited because I didn't get baited, okay? I didn't get bait. Also, why is it so hard to get gems that you bought, man? Oh, I'm the man. Oh, I was the man. Oh yeah, I bought a shitload of Yaz jars. I feel like every game is just adding gacha. Do you feel me? Like every game, just like it's just a gacha game. Oh my god. Oh, we're so good. It actually still saved. Oh. That was not a fun. God. How do you get to the front? Okay, there. We're in the front. Perfect. Got it. I'm a fucking beast. No way, man. I lost a perfect swing. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we're good. We're good. Oh, it was already mid-channel, so thank God it didn't break it. That would have been really bad. Oh, I'm gonna fucking just kill this guy. The amount of stacks I have now, oh my god. I missed. Everyone missed. That was not Hunter. I'm on any West jump start. Fuck! Oh my god damn it! Fuck!
How many abilities are a very destructive form of? I think like 4. No, he turned, bro. I did not mean to hit him, but my bad. Free orb, free orb. Turn to me, turn to me. Oh, okay. Ow. My bad. Was I supposed to kill that? Oh, who knows? Does this kill a big orb? I don't know what the big orb does. Yeah, people don't know. I went on my main account, a main character. Oh, I only got fighter, really? Oh my god. I went on my main account and bought the hammer skin for my hammers. Now I'm fully geared up.
Let's enjoy the festival.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
It's so how many dark memories come out. I don't really think about it, you know. That's something I really crosses my mind. Okay. Now this is an OG name. Oh. Dude, okay, tomorrow is when everything happens. So before tomorrow, I could like fuck. Am I really the thing I need to do is my other character. Even to progress this character, the free gold from the other character is like, yeah, clown tomorrow. I only need to 15, 20, yeah, but I need more pieces, so I can't do it yet, unfortunately. Also, how do I fish? Fuck it, fine. Talking about the character, yeah, I know. Jay for the quest to get the rod.
Do I look like a Sylvain with this mask on?
Okay, maybe let me just try. Let me just see what's up. Let me just see what's up. Why is there a second character? No, there's not. It's just a mule. You know, in the guild, yeah. Shit, I forgot to donate today. No, it's literally just a mule. Literally, look at the name of the character. The character's name is literally quit the game. Trust me, I got it. Okay, now give me a sec, 'cause I actually need to do tripods. Tripod's a meal. Yeah, don't worry about it. I just need to get some stuff done, you know. Wait, flash stuff is not. Almost F last time I played. Okay, okay, hold on. Can I? Okay, did you get the 7? Energy release is quick prep. Oh, what is this? Oh. Okay. Bolting crash is distance. This, and I need more points. This. Merciless pummel is this. Okay, that's good. Energy blast is tenacity, strength. Yep. Tempest blast is yep. Celestial palm is yep, and I can't level it anymore, so seems good. Okay, let me just go see like Gale Wind. Tempest blast. Recharge. It's probably energy. OP. Speed is on lightning, which is not in my. Huh? Oh, it's not for this build. Okay. I can do judgment conviction on this character. Gale Wind. Lead. Guys, if you're saying something, I cannot read it, okay? But I literally, when I get back to reading, it better be like, wow, your mule is really decked out. Purify. Like it's good enough. Wait, is this my raid build? This looks like my raid build. Do I have a build for? Oh no, I need a. This is like the build I don't need because I need a build for fucking dungeons, man. Your mule is so cracked. Thank you. I can read now. Okay, how bad does it feel if I don't have the thing? Wow, your mule is really that tough. Thank you. see. Why is it not picking it up? What? Hello? What the fuck? Wait, why isn't my pet here? How do I summon my pet? The button is okay. Where is the press the summon? Where is it? Top P and bottom. Oh, I see. Oh, thank God. Holy fuck. I feel like my hotkeys were not this last time. So I think I'm about to die. What happens if I die? Does it even matter? Oh, they changed it so you don't have to hype 3 times now? Or is it always? I guess it was always like that. I just forgot. So, is there any way I would kill this boss without killing myself here? Pretty sure I have no. What like this? I die here. Ah, I'm not dead. Makoko buff, by the way. OP. Plot armor, actually. Honestly, the reason I attach to this fun is because of the dash. I think the dash makes this class fun. Without the dash, it's kind of awkward, I think. You make open so you really saw it? I mean, I saw something, yeah. Don't really remember what I saw though. Wow, that comes out so fast. He's a lot of Gears of the Sun. I know. I used to play this. Okay, but do I have enough to tap?
New adventurers.
Oh, I did have enough for tap. Okay, hold on. What? I don't think I used these. I don't think I used 40%. Skips. Skips. Suck. You're wearing the legend top? Wait, I didn't buy it to wear. I bought it to hold on to. It's appreciating value. You do Argo to need more mats? Argo. Would I even be able to find a group to do Argos? I feel like that's the content. Do people do that content? Because you can't get gold off of it anymore, right? Oh yeah, maybe my stream will just help me. For Gale-Win, bro, I don't have that many Gale-Win moves, okay? Like I want like fucking 3 Gale-Win moves on this character. But I don't get that, okay? Where's the boss, man? No, my thing fell off. Oh, there you go. I mean, do I still kill it? Without spirit gauge? Who knows? I'll find out. Oh, I still, no problem. That's what I'm saying. I should have just made a soulful. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I always say this. I think Gun Lantern looks so sick. The way they made Gun Lantern in this game was really cool. I know it's like based off Monster Hunter, but they did a really good job with the skills and stuff, and making it look really fun to play. Gun Lantern is so cool. You can make one. Nice try. Nice try. I already have 1 mule. You think I need a second mule? You can't in November if it's only this coming out. If I'm playing this game in November, I got bigger problems. I got a lot bigger problems. Just did that exactly about another character. I don't remember. I'll argue I never said that. Did I get enough? Please tell me I got enough. I tap it? Okay. Oh, but once oh wait, I need to do my tripods. Oh my, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just gonna. I can just go down and just click everything. I don't have any of these. Does Force Orb not have anything? What? Oh, my Force Orb doesn't have the level 10 setup yet. It never got there. That's a little awkward. Okay. Alpha wave and scattering. All right, I think that's it. Then I need to fuse gems to level 5. Cool. Dismantle can dismantle. Okay. Yeah. I think that's right. Oh, I haven't set up my you know, it's fine. It's not even worth it. It's really not even worth it. Okay, I have one more tap now. Perfect. 41%. This game sucks. We budget following the theming? No. Hell no. I mean, liking Lost Ark so far. Well, I think the game is just not good enough. My personal opinion on Lost Ark is the fun part of the game is like a short period of time, and you spend a lot of time doing chores to upkeep to get to the fun part. And the way it keeps making you play is the gear treadmill is really abusive in the sense that like it's like a game where you can have very large gear discrepancies. I think between that and the like kind of interesting economy, the way that you stay
with this mask on.
ingrained into the game is,
Mom,
I think,
can
kind
I
of
go in
toxic.
the water? Dad, please.
Like really toxic.
Have any letters to send?
Yeah, A being far ahead. I mean, like that's, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't like a lot of how they do stuff, but I think the actual gameplay is sick. Like it's just like Lost Ark would be, if I were to do a video essay on Lost Ark, the title would literally be Lost Ark, the game with the biggest missed potential or something like that. Frogging the raid's fun. I mean, yeah, but the upkeep feels awful. They're slowly moving toward casual friendly. I don't even like the idea that it's like casual friendly. I think the game, their base game sucks ass. And rather than moving into casual friendly, it's more like it's moving into becoming a better game. Like, and I agree with that, right? Come back, there's one Guardian raid. Like they made the Chaos Dungeon shorter, I think. And like the mob spawn together more. Like Chaos Dungeon it's so weird. You play an ARPG and like what you want, the Chaos Dungeon just doesn't make any fucking sense. Okay. If you play an ARPG, Chaos Dungeon should be just like a billion fucking monsters and you just go ape shit. You know, when you get that serotonin when you like hit a fucking huge pack and it explodes on your screen in PoE, that's what Chaos Dungeon should be doing non-stop to you. You should be getting that fucking dopamine fucking hit. But instead it's like small, kind of average to small size pack. And it's like, what's the fucking point? What is actually the fucking point? You know? Helmo, no. Yeah, Fate Embers are your dopamine, which is like that's the equivalent of dropping like Divine in this game. But like the actual means of running the Chaos Dungeon are not that fun. You just do it because it's short. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't really give me that like mapping feel, I guess. Also, the loot in this game is disgustingly bad. Like it's just, I don't know, man. Like there isn't loot in the game. There's one set for your class or two sets for your class, and all you do is you bump the level of the set, the gear up, like the number goes up, but not only in like a figurative way that your numbers go up, your actual gear score is like a decimal point. And like, look, like there's just so many ways they can make the game better, and they're doing some of those things for sure. Like I come back and I see some of the stuff they're doing, but I'm just like, do I want to like troll through, like to do like wade through essential garbage, hoping that the trash compactor comes faster or some shit like that to like clean up all the shit? Not really. That's why realistically speaking, I don't want to play this game that long. I'm excited to do raids with friends, but it's just like, you know. Well, Pistolier Chaos Dungeons is low-key fun. Like, I can literally, if Chaos Dungeons were just waves of fucking insane amounts of units, and your job was just to kill as many units as possible, that'd be so much more fun than going through 3 separate zones. That you can still have elites and shit, it's not a big deal. But like, why did they take so long to spawn? Why are you only given 3 elites at a time, or like whatever? Like, how? I don't know, man. I just feel like it's like, what? Like, excuse me? And it used to be worse, you know. And the fix to it was like, oh, you know, we made it 20% faster, and like now the map is like better, and like in terms of like efficiency and stuff like that. And it's like, you know, when they talk about making Chaos Dungeons or certain things better in the game, you know what they say? It'll save you time, a percentage of time. But like, what about a percentage of fun? Like, can I get a percentage of fun? How come they never tell me how much more fun it's gonna be? I don't care that it takes 10, you know? Like, it's so weird because I feel like Korean streamers can go through so much more pain than other streamers. Like, they're fucking masochists for sure, you know? Because they're like when they say MMOs are grindy games, Korean MMOs are grindy games, that's not a good thing. That just means that Korean players can go through more abuse. Like, Western players have had enough. I'm not saying Western players are superior, but like, I feel like, damn, man, like, Korean players went through so much abuse to play games, and that's not a good thing. Like, I feel bad for them. God, I did the thing. Yeah, I fucking got the Lost Ark. I just started ranting about Lost Ark. Bro, this game is actually the best fucking game ever if I just want to talk and like spend hours of time just just fucking ranting. Like, literally the best fucking game. FF14 is way better. Bro, Sylvanas is a better storyline than all of FF14. Fuck off. Players want instant satisfaction where everything you do is meaningful. I mean, I think it's more like, it's like there's gotta be some middle ground, you know? I didn't get the Mokoko thing. You get anything, any Mokoko? Can you do that on multiple characters? You can't, right? The one account thing, right? Okay, event shop. Wait, the jumpstart thing resets as well? Wait, that's so nice. What the heck? Okay, don't mind me. Just buy out your whole fucking store. Are these the ones I want as well? The expert mending? They are, right? Yes. Cool. I probably don't even need silver. I have fucking infinite silver for now. God, I can't. No other game can make me feel things like Lost Ark. Is this what it feels like to be like, to have like a spurned ex? Like, I feel like nothing gets me quite as heated. I honestly, like, I'm a pretty chill streamer. Like, nothing I ever stream ever gets me like really like passionate about, like, yes, fuck this. Did I play Maple? I never played Maple Story. Ever. I get rad about Lost Ark and WoW issues forever. Me too. Me too. Me too. Yes. For hours, like fucking days on us, honestly.
Have any letters to send?
Does this give me gold? It does not give me gold. And there's no other ones? I see. Fuck it, I'm switching characters. All right, I need a bus. I need an Argos bus. I got one car away from LOS 30. My last 5 random selects were not. I almost threw my mouse across my living. Oh my god. I love this game. I agree with everything you ranted about. They're taking a step in the right direction. There's so much more that needs to be fixed. Like, I come back and I immediately see problems. Like, things I'm like, oh, like, why is it like this? You know, like, why is it like, I understand the fixes, but I think what sucks about games like this is when the potential is so high for a game to be good. Like, when I look at Bless Online, I don't care if the game is not great, because I had no expectations and nothing about the game screamed that the game would be good, at least to me, right? But it's a different story when like all right, guys, get in here. I can't rant without something in the background. I at least need to fucking throw spirit bombs at people. I'm not even kidding. Is it game 1? Oh shit, okay, hold on. How do I change it? Like this? This? How do I? Oh, it's this. Okay, sorry. Right, Argos, I need mats to hone this character up 1, to hone this character up 1 again, to hone this character up 1 again, and the end result is I get 8,000 gold. But I lose somewhere along the line, I lose a lot of time and my mental. Also, the reason I quit the game, it's like the idea is interesting when people are like, you don't need to play alts if you want to play. Like, it's easy to do it. But the fact of the matter is, like, the game, a lot of the gameplay is about being as strong as you humanly can be. And by not playing alts, you're actively hurting yourself. And when a lot of times, like the game is like you compare yourself to others. All this game does is compare yourself.
It shows you where percentage damage done against other people, all that stuff. Like it just tells you that, you know. You don't need a DPS meter because you already know when you are doing way less than someone else. You know, at least other games hide that shit, but this game is like, nah, fuck it. Yeah, it works if you don't FOMO, but also you'll just be behind other people. It's not cool to be behind. I don't think anyone wants to be behind. That shit sucks. Like when I play games to try to do as much as I can. Like I came back to Lost Ark and immediately was like, okay, I'm gonna do all my chaos dungeons. I'm gonna see if I can do like maybe rested for this. Nah, fuck rest. I can take the time, you know, it's not a big deal. Stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, it really gets you on this kind of like gotcha kind of wheel, right? And it's like that's not bad per se if the actual wheel itself was enjoyable. Like assuming that I was a hamster and I love to run on my wheel because the wheel is fucking sick. It's got RGB lighting, you know, when I run on it, like the wheel, like, I don't know, plays a movie and shit like that. But like the wheel for Lost Ark is like, you have a chance for your hamster wheel to light up. But the chance is 1% every mile. And you're just like, fuck man, I hope I get it. The console hard's the only way I could hit I level 4 playing one character. I will admit, I think with the like it just depends how efficient you can be. But the thing is, the amount of time it takes for you to be really efficient, to like min-max all your shit is like ridiculous. It's like crazy, right? Like congrats, you officially min-maxed. Like you essentially did all your dailies. I bet you do it in record time. You have preemptive contender on everything. You know everything. You know exactly what percentage on the first chaos dungeon to spam G in the middle to go through the chaos thing, because you know it saves you or increases the amount of match you get by like 4%, right? But it's like that kind of knowledge takes time to build up, you know. I like imagine you spent that kind of effort on other things. And it's not bad. If you really enjoy it, it's not a big deal. I think it's fine. This guy said, I don't know mechanics. Bro, no one needs to know mechanics. I'm here of a skill I appreciate. A2, are we even gonna get to that part of the thing? Oh wait, I need hold on. I don't have a potion. Fuck it. It's fine. No way I even die, right? This guy says subtract 4 on the second clock, bro. We're not even gonna get to a clock. Watch this. I'm a beast. I'm a beast. All right, we won. Am I right? Oh, I am. Am I on the right spot? Who even knows, man? Oh, that guy died. Oh, actually, maybe he didn't even know mechanics. Okay, never mind. Oh, I fucked up. Already coaching Wall World, I didn't get the opportunity. I probably wouldn't anyways. Well, that's not true. I really like watching this. 53%, you're a beast. What the fuck? You know, I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it. One of the best things they've done for the game is make Slayer sexy. That is a draw. You know, you gotta have a ways to draw people into playing the game. And Slayer, that new Slayer, sheesh.
Tell me I'm wrong, actually. Literally, look me in the eyes and tell me I'm wrong. It's so... Oh. Whatever. This is fine. I'm pretty sure I don't even do anything, right? Wait, what? Oh, I ran out of energy instantly because I forgot I'm actually an energy-based class. I already teleported. It's fine. We kill this dude. Yep. Like, serious how it does massive damage. Oh, I didn't even know you were in chat. How come you're in chat every time I think of a Slayer? There was a mechanic here. Oh, wait, we're fine. We're fine. No, it shook me. Oh, now they teleport the other group. Okay. Okay, guys, I still don't know Argus 3 mechanics. So when there's... Do I even need to collect flowers? It's fine. I'm sure it's fine. I remember I can't do the third Q unless, because I'm gonna waste so much. Oh man, no way. Oh, no way. Are they guys back yet? Did they kill the other side yet? Are we doing damage, guys? I'm literally doing... Oh, wait. Is the other side lower gear? I'm so sorry. I didn't realize. I would have changed it. Oh, no, they're back. We're fine. What the heck? You guys fucking gaslit me to think I didn't raid lead correctly? I raid lead perfectly. I missed Doomsday. Oh, no. Bro, every day, man. Every day a new band. Wait, guys. What happened? Oh, we're good. Almost thought we messed up. Okay, I don't remember how to do this, but I think with Mokoko buff, you really don't have to know. Pretty sure you just DPS the shit out of him. Ow. I didn't even see how much damage I did, but just assume it was huge, guys. It was definitely huge. There's cross. Guys, I'm stunned. Guys, I'm fucking stunned, man. How do I do raid messages? Is it just /R? It's /raid? Thank you. Is it RA? Oh, I got it. Oh, it's A. Oh, got it. I'm not here for the lead locker. I got it, guys. I'm out. Thank you so much for the carry. I don't have the. Look, critical damage. Wait, I thought I damage buff myself. E is my damage buff, right? Do I need to hit them for a gear buff or something? All right, whatever. I'm here, and we're dismantling all of this, I think. And then we have the Argus clear. And then we, okay, great. $42. Okay, where's the Argus vendor? Where do I put the blood? Argos blood.
Wasn't it just the north?
I'll
now
tell
it's
you
the
all
south?
about it.
Are we
I'm the
completely
expert.
surrounded?
Oh, your buff is only 6 seconds? I did not. So I have to go E into ulti like almost instantly. Abyss trade.
I bet I can fix my hammer and burn.
Wait, it just leaps though. I don't like. Do I care about leap stones? Can I just buy these in this? But I still don't have. Okay, I need to get it from my other account.
Say the barrier disappeared. Wasn't it just the north? Now it's the south? Are we completely surrounded?
Jumpstart, yes, sir. Yeah. I think Lost Ark system can only work if it's like Monster Hunter. If like there's just so many possible raids to do that the content is going to be like farming and then you run straight into a raid. I think their idea was that Guardian raids and Abyss raids would kind of be like that, but it's just not like that because the bar they set is so high for. Where am I? Oh, I'm here, right? For their raids.
Oh, wow. That's no joke.
Oh, I gave it all to Rennie. Fuck. I do not have any left. You got the necessity for all game would have died so fast. Okay, but is that not a problem? That just means that they make really great content, but it takes a long time to get to that point.
Like
right? And everything is waiting for you to play that content in particular. Okay, I need to give them one box. I mean, I can just open these, right? One of these is 900. That seems fine. Don't inspire, yeah.
I sent you something. Oh, thank you. I feel like, oh, it sucks that like it doesn't just automatically give you enough mats. It gives you a statistical average amount of mats. And if you fail, you're just like, well, guess I gotta do some of these dungeons. Why does it not give you at least purple runes? Blue runes? Are blue runes too much to ask for, man? I feel like blue runes are just...
I'll tell you all about it. I'm the
Oh my god. Okay. How do I select all? Holy fuck, you sent me this many... Wait, I can't even use those on this account. Oh my god. Okay, thank you. I've been playing for a very long time. I only have a plus 18 weapon. Like it, and like I'm running out of mats. Like you say that's embarrassing, but is this something that you should be embarrassed about? I don't know, man. I feel like isn't that a oh shoot. It's powerful wave, right? Okay, and then we're back to holding. Goodbye. You claim on this thing, you have 2 fresh start things. Technically, on average, well, I've been told that you gain 8,000 gold on your account. Not on average, you do gain 8,000 gold. So if you get another character to 1490 or something, it's technically you get another alt and you make money in the same time, which is how they trick you into making an alt. If you're playing an MMO, any MMO as a completionist, you're not gonna have a good time. The thing is, this game doesn't have disjointed horizontal and vertical content. It's all together. You can't pick and choose your favorite parts of an MMO, which is what every MMO like ideally has. You know, if I want to be a Makoko picker, I get some sort of power for my character. And in theory, that's cool. Like, it means everything makes your character stronger. But in like actuality, it's like a pain in the fucking ass, man. Wow, I tapped that shit so easy. That was like, I one tapped half that shit, you know? Are you heard your essence that you're applying? Yeah. I'm just doing it so that my chat can have some sort of serotonin. I don't even care. Oh. Oh. Wait. Oh, that's... You okay if you pay your... Yeah, I don't care. Oh. Only horizontal you really need is skill point. I think we're just like, my statement is that there's power in horizontal power that you need to do even if you want to only do vertical progression. And there's this game also has all kinds of really small things that you can be like, this doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter. That's not important. For instance, roster level. A lot of people are just gonna be like, yeah, roster level doesn't really matter. And it's true. It's very small amounts of stats. 100%. But it's also just like, it's there to make you feel like you need to do it, right? Like why is roster level in the fucking game? They're removing that? Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't have honor shards? Wait, one of these has gotta be an honor shard, right? Wait, no way I ran out on. I feel like, did I just not open one of the bags? Probably missed the bags. Right?
New adventurers, talk to me if you have any questions. Max.
There's no reason to do horizontal comment. No, it doesn't. It's a waste of resources. Kind of like practice supposed to barely get used, but when they're not there, people complain for them. That's not how it is at all. You play other MMOs. Horizontal content allows the game to feel like it allows an MMO to be an MMO. Like if an MMO just has vertical content for the most part, it's not really an MMO. Like just increasing your eye level and doing dungeons doesn't make like an MMO. I feel like a good MMO should be able to cater to a lot of people. People who want to be pet tamers, people who want to be miners, people who want to sell fish, all trade skill stuff, all the I don't know, just collectible stuff that you could do. To say that like it is, yeah, I don't know. I just don't agree. Wow, I am gated. Okay, my bad. I didn't realize I was gated like that. Plenty good examples. Final Fantasy 14 is a great example. WoW before they fucked over the game in normal non-classic was like that as well. A lot of the best example, like great examples from different MMOs that people remember fondly is that, right? Like Terra Online only had vertical content at 3 dungeons. I mean, I feel like is Terra Online, are their servers still up? Like what oh, did someone send me something? Hold on, let me go check. Oh my, wait, I can't fucking use these. But thank you. I think I'm gated by I'm just gonna chill. Yeah, like I'll put it this way, especially when it comes to getting new players or getting people that want to play the game. When I ask people about MMOs, like when do they remember having fun doing MMOs? When I think about times I've had great experiences in MMOs, some of the times were like, I killed Rag. I first saw Rag. Oh, what a fucking awesome encounter. Comes out of the fucking fireworks, he fucking smites his stupid ass underling, and you have to fight this guy who's like a billion fucking things tall, right? What a cool encounter. But I also remember doing stupid shit, like running around in circles in Ogremar on top of the bank. I mean, who's to say that stuff that I remember very fondly about the game wasn't just as important as the vertical content. It's about like I don't know, like a lot of people like different things, and I think good MMO should be able to cater to a lot of different differences in that, you know?
New adventurer.
Yeah, I would even say Lost Ark had a really good time at the beginning when you're like sailing to stuff and you're like, oh, let me go find this thing. Oh, this thing, you know? I think they do have interesting islands and interesting worlds, and that's cool. It's just like the game eventually devolved into another thing, right? You didn't care that much before? I mean, I feel like I didn't care because I was having fun. But it's more obvious in games where you're not having fun, right? Where it's like, well, what am I missing? Like, why do I feel like I'm missing something? And that's the feeling I get a lot. Like when I'm just playing games having fun, you know, when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, I never was just like, I thought about like small mini gritty details and stuff like that. You know what I was doing? I was fucking having fun. And look back at that game was a blast. It had some, maybe it had some problems, sure, but like I think that game was great. Same way about how I think about Hades. And certain games can be great and still have flaws that you'll think back on, but like, you know, I can't casually play this game with friends.
Talk to
right?
me if you
They have to
any
be a certain eye level for me to play it, and then I get gated from being able to do anything with that, right? And I think in the end, that's the thing that is just like, oh, as I've grown out of being like a very competitive player, like my League of Legends days, I care a lot about being able to play with people. Making experiences together with my friends is like a thing I care a lot about. And this is just a game that is hard to do that. And they make it so it's really hard to do that. If I did Devil Fruit, I'm good. Oh, I got new mail. Yeah, you're right. Oh my god. Great, thank you. I really am Asmongold, bro. I'm literally just here waiting for handouts. Thank you so much. But thank God, like the Jumpstart server, I feel like has things that are cheaper. Or else I feel really bad. Oh, okay. What makes it so nice is catch up? Yeah, like I feel like WoW has a problem, like a bunch of problems. I can sit here all day and talk about WoW's problem. But what they do a good job of is they do a great job at selling you their expansion theme pack. When a new expansion comes out, they give you all the bells and whistles so you can just go on all the rides and have a great time. They do that's their fucking their thing. They're great at it now. Okay, hold on. What do I need? Crystallized destruction. I'm just gonna fucking buy it. How much could they be? Crystallized. That's fucking cheap. Sure. I will just buy like 1,000 of them. Oh, I'm so sorry. A bundle is 10, so I need that.
New adventurers. Talk to me if you have any questions.
Cheap? I mean, it's whatever, man. Orha fusion materials. What should I buy there? I buy too much. About 10. I'm gonna just need to tap this much. Last potential hone. Let's do it. Oh, we fucking lost. All right, I'm leaving. This game sucks. Where's the
New adventurers. Talk to me if you have any questions. Matt.
You opening cases? Yeah. Honestly, I'm gonna start playing CS:GO. I gotta start opening cases. Is there a way for me to? Oh, I only want to filter by four.
Do you even sleep with a clown? Nah, I mean, we plan it for tomorrow. No big deal. I'm just, Wait, Abe's playing right now. Wait a second. This sneaky guy. Oh, I can do vaulted. Isaac Caliglio's with Abe? Wait a second. Wait just one second.
Talk to me if you have any questions. Maps, battles, auctions. I'll tell you all about it. I'm the expert.
Nah, I play this game because once I start, I just want to keep playing it. But it's like there's nothing, I don't know, I don't have anything to do. Farm Ignia token? I'd rather just not. Use Yaz jars? Bro, it's even telling me to use it.
The sun here is so warm.
I mean, I could just buy more Yaz jars. No, I can't. I'm actually fucking broke. I'm actually broke ass bitch. Like, I'm literally, I even have the thing from the Yaz jar still. Wait, where is it? Hold on. Have this. But like, what do I even do with it? I got it from the $100 of, not 100, like $50 of credit that you got from the platinum thing from a long time ago. And then he apparently gave it to you again on Jumpstart, which is cool. So like now, like, what do I do? It's only in 2 days. 2 days. Like, I was unironically gonna start fishing, and I realized what I was about to do, and I'm like, I don't know if I wanna do that, you know. Free giveaway to chat. Hit the stronghold and buy auto farm. How do you do auto farm? Is it something that they added recently? How do I get to my stronghold? What is the button to do that? F2? The fish stocks to the moon. My crystals went to the moon. I have 200k gold. You need a quest in Lutera. Where is Lutera? I really started OTV. Everyone else, I just want to hop on and say I enjoy all your content. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So I have to do Lutera. I have to go to Lutera. But Starlight's an auto life skill farm. Oh, cool. Wait, when did they add that? I literally remember I was cutting trees and shit, like, and mining shit nonstop. So where do I go now? Lutera Castle? That'd be one of these, right? A month after I quit? Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyone know how to do stronghold? Let's check castle. Okay. Wait, do I get any mats to sell for my stronghold, or is it just auto leveling my
Music
skill?
has the power to heal your heart.
It's a lovely day.
It's all bound? Oh. That's kind of... You have to re-level? You craft... Oh, you can craft quality materials? That's not that bad. I guess. I could just... Oh, wait, hold on. You need to do guild stuff, right? Alright, where do I go? Hey, look at guide quests. Challenge guardians engravings. Skill transfer Caden. Do I have to do all of these? Of this? Oh, he's right here.
Welcome, King's Knight. May your stronghold be filled with the grace of Regulus.
Cool, I unlocked my stronghold. I'm pressing F2 and okay, there we go. Momo Yip Yip. Thanks for sub. Welcome to the stream.
Welcome, adventurer.
It's an honor to serve the King's Knight.
Yep. I only
Welcome,
remember
my
Adeline.
lord.
All these other people, I don't remember at all.
At
Sorry.
your service.
Welcome.
My lord!
Our
new lord has arrived!
I'm glad to see you.
Dear me! Of course! It's our lord! Give our lands a name, lord!
Wow, I have to do all of this? Oh my god. Pussy land, I like that.
Did everyone hear that?
We're now residents of Pussy land.
Let's welcome our lord together.
Can you take the mood?
2, 3.
So all I want to do is fish, right?
Wow! So cool! I'm glad to see you.
My lord, how was our song?
Adventurer?
Yep, she's the only one I remember. She does have the longest legs. What?
I've prepared a few things here that I hope will make your duties
F5.
easier to perform.
Action energy, okay.
It is available for you to check at any time, my lord.
The island with the, okay.
The climate is mild, and the resources are abundant in these lands. With enough interest, this can become the best part of Lutera. Could you see that? You can make all kinds of decisions in maintenance mode.
Control 1. God, I have to redo all of this. It's fine. I'm just here to get stuff automated.
That needed your attention anyway. Thank you for taking care of it so quickly.
Wait, what was it? The crafting workshop at the top. Bringing back the good old days? I don't know about that.
We have a guest, my lord. Kals, the Lord of Wavestrand, promised us some sailors.
I thought she just called me a cow, but she said cows. I see. That would have been fucked up if she did.
That's a relief.
Was it a lot of effort to play the game you're quit in a week? Yeah, I don't
Lord
half-ass
Kals
anything.
seems kind.
That's why I'm the best.
Don't you think?
Control 1, lab at the top of the screen. Dispatch station. Okay, when this is complete, 5 seconds. Got it. So I have to do all of this and then I find out about the automated stuff. Okay.
Let me explain the trade merchants now.
Control 1, the lab. Then trade merchant. Okay. Oh my god. Wait, I will say though, whenever I do play MMOs, the time just fucking disappears. Like so fast. Oh, Mr. Golden Kappa, what up, dude? Buy from the trade merchant at the port. Got it. I was sorry, it has 8 a year and a half of my life like it's nothing. Yep.
Wow, nice place you got here. Our stuff is nice
Sure.
too. Take a look.
Well done. Let me escort you to the manor. I have crafted a special device in the manor, referencing the ancient tome Nahum left in the past.
Okay.
The manor offers a variety
The
of
Nahum
stronghold-wide beneficial effects.
Yep.
Choose wisely.
Yep.
You can manage your manor through the tome as well.
Draw the lab level 2. Okay, so after all of this, when you guys mean automation, does it like is it just automatically use all my action energy? I guess I'll be using it right now anyways. Oh my fucking god, there's so many bullshit.
Did I explain too fast?
He's like half of it per day.
Congratulations from His Highness himself.
Did he claim it though? I mean, that's fine. One button to gather. Sorry, you don't have that many slots? Wait. So you're telling me I have to manage my life skill thing to before I could get it automated. I need to level up my. Oh my god! Wait, I got baited. I got baited just to start my stronghold. I use a thing to reduce it. Where the fuck is it? What? Hello? Well, I have to use it for my inventory first. I mean, I'm giving so many early things. How many? I could probably just skip everything, right? Do I have to do all of these quests? Let's see. Ain't a girl to the plot. All right. Okay. You see, it's one of the better MMOs. Oh man, are you? I feel like I'm getting baited to rant about this game. I feel like I'm getting baited. Like I've never felt this way before, but I'm definitely getting baited. Dispatch just something random here. Does it even matter what I do? How do I deploy the gramophone? Gramophone. Gramophone? Whoa? Man, if you're a casual play WoW, if you like to see someone who actually likes to see progress play Lost Ark, please don't stop. You're only embarrassing yourself with statements like that, man. I'm sorry, yeah, it is. Okay, so what is my goal then? Am I just supposed to... Did this guy think this game is good? Oh no, I think this game's combat is incredible, and everything aside from the combat is terrible. I think I can say that. I mean, you can say whatever you want. I just think that that's a really weird thing to say. Unlock the auto farm. Okay, how do I unlock it? Control 1. Do I have to just lab everything? The fuck is an auto farm? Wait, how are people here? Wait, how are people in my thing? They've invaded my warehouse. Lab, research it. Oh, interesting. You unlock it but by level 10? Oh. Okay, but I mean, like, do I lab level 3 is research? How do I even get to lab level 3? I guess I just have to do all of this, right? Oh, I need fucking iron ore. Oh god. Oh my god. Seems like a really high amount. This ball's 100, yeah, but still does not seem like, whatever, man. Well, I can't. Oh. Fine. I will purchase 100. And I'll purchase 100 iron ore. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. Hold up. Okay, so I need to make manor level 2, right? Okay, I guess I just make whatever, right? It's research, and then I just do time reduction and reduce this by 11, and then what's roster help? Oh, these. Wait, these? But do these even matter for me? Is it 1250 gear? Like, I don't even care about that. Yeah, they're for lower levels. I'm just here to increase my lab level, right?
Oh no, we need to rest. Action energy is all gone.
This is literally gonna take me fucking forever, man. Okay, how do I leave my place? Oh, how do I... Let's leave? That's a cute fucking thing that person's writing. Oh, right. You're supposed to build, like, literally spam build water wheels at the beginning to get, like, infinite XP. I remember it. Because people were spamming water wheels to be the first to be able to craft something. And then they sold that for billions of fucking gold.
Quite a bit to
Wow.
think about.
The fucking the early stuff was just really ridiculous. Glorious of me. You need to complete a verdant land to unlock. What is that? You need to click to underline things? Oh, that's cool. I didn't know. That's a cool addition. Is that a guide? Like, can I find it somewhere? Wait, they're busy tomorrow. I'm not playing tomorrow? Bro. My whole week, my planning. I'm not even streaming tomorrow. Fuck this. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm ordering food. Fuck this. Hold on. What do I need? Craft workshop. Craft major HP pot. Wait, how do I even get the recipe for that? What? Ignore this one. Wait, okay, wait. Are we playing this week? I mean, no, we're probably playing. How do I get a verdant land? Where's the guide for that? Verdant lands. Is it not here? Is it like later? Quest guy in. How do I get out of here? How do I get out of here? Oh, it's not escape. Oh yeah, Cloud, I did too, but apparently Abe's busy and Celine's busy tomorrow. Quest guy in what's SH? Is here? Oh, in my stronghold? What? I'm starting to think everyone's lying to me. I'm starting to think I'm getting lied to. Erect is these? Oh. I still have to find the arcs, bro. The arcs. Oh my god, I can just start Elgasia. No, fuck that. I am not that desperate. I am not that desperate. The story is good. That's what people told me about Final Fantasy. I don't believe you. There's a lot of things I don't trust people anymore. In general, people made it so I cannot no longer trust people. You're playing Lost like you're already desperate. Oh god. When the truth hurts, man. Dude, I need to leave because I'm about to do horizontal content and I can already tell that is bad for me. That is bad for me. That's very bad for me. Like, as soon as I'm like tempted to start getting like Omnium stars, I'm like, damn, it's fucked. Like, it's so fucked. Do you prefer K Angel? Yeah, of course. Yep. I like how Solus came in and he's like, oh, this horizontal content, you can just do that in 3 days. I was really just like, 3 days? This motherfucker is just a liar. Literally everyone who plays Lost Ark just like lies to people who are playing it just so that when they find out later, they're too far in. And I'm like, what the fuck? Dude, it's just a gaslight game. Gaslight, gatekeep, girl boss game. It respects your time. Don't ever fucking lie like that. I know you're lying. Why would you lie again? These were Adventure Time only? No, he said he meant everything. Like all my horizontal content that I did on my main account. You guys are fucking liar. There's no fucking way. You know what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna get some Indian food. Yeah, look at this fucking awesome Indian food. Maybe some vindaloo. Oh, that's fucking bomb, dude. Vindaloo. Oh, that sounds so.
I'm gonna show the battalion what I'm made of.
You want vindaloo or korma? Oh, they both. Ooh, okay. Everything just sounds so good. I'm not a big tikka masala guy. Okay.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
Fuck it. It's a vindaloo. It's a vindaloo. I'm gonna get lamb. Ooh, I'm gonna make it a little spicy too. I'm gonna get some naan. Oh, so good. Buy one, get one free naan as well. So good. How can I say no? Also, guys, how do I play this void reroll comp? Is it level 7 I'm rolling? Oh, this is like 6 million poppies. What the fuck? Basil nut is garlic nut. Oh, I'm getting the ones with peas and potatoes in them. I don't know what they're called, but it sounded really good. So I was like, oh, hell yeah.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
Out of my way!
Bro, what's the Ixtal? What's the Ix? Guys, the fuck is the Ixtal this game? Not that. How high is my spot? That sounds not very high. He had no Demacia items. Oh, I slammed it late. That's why I killed you. Dude, look, I could have had the fucking Warbogs, man. Alright, no lie. Do I reroll for like I'm not gonna this Kale build that I've been seeing recently looks kind of okay. Or I just go play Quid Mord. Let's play Mordekaiser. Man, I think it's bubble. I'm playing the Quinn Mord Fiora version, which I don't even know. Okay.
This is very exciting.
I'm playing 7 Demacia. In my mind is what that's the cliffs of us. The way it was. Why does this guy have a fucking RFC? Why did I even pick this? Like, what is the point of picking Rod here? Dude, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, man. I am actually gonna go 8th so fucking fast this game. Mind.
As Ionia changes, so must I.
Dude, look at this. I got a fucking Warmog's Pride, bro. 3,000 health Cho'Gath. What can they even do? For me, I always wonder what is the right thing to Demacia spec. I'm pretty sure the answer is always Belveth, by the way. But aside from Belveth, I don't know what else to spec. Belveth is the only thing I'm sure of. And everything else is like a question mark.
I carry my family with me.
Because Belveth gets the best radiant item. I think literally it's worth losing almost 3 items for Belveth's item. It's fucking crazy. Go get Radiant RFC. That's gonna be too bad. That's not too bad. Wow. Just wow. I'm a cheater. I'm fucking hacking. I mean, you're definitely playing Force Slayer, right? So you usually just put in more plus like some Rek'Sai or Kiana or some garbage. The bow is the best bow ever.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Okay, I need to figure out what to play on this Pronto. So let me try to figure it out. I mean, I probably love it.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Okay. Demacia's back here. I go for 9 Demacia this game. Fuck. Fuck. Not this. Not this. Is Tiniest Titan that bad?
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Okay, let's say at Demacia spats Mordekaiser. Okay? Let's just think about that for a second, okay? The Mordekaiser gets Nashers. What do I want to play with Nashers? BT? BT seems pretty good. Yeah, RC, you don't need RC. time. I think it's QSS probably, but it's weird because you have 3 items then. It's really awkward. Fucking Jarvan does more damage than my other units. Okay, we're gonna go another BT. A 7 here. I would like to roll for 7 Demacia, ideally.
There will be peace in the Freljord. I will forge it.
I may be merciful, but Targon isn't.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
For Targon.
Literally, look at these items.
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Like, what is even the build for the Demacia?
Your king has returned.
That's interesting. Holy fuck. Okay. 7 Demacia. Just need to find some more Demacia units, you know? Oh my fucking god.
Right to glory.
I didn't need a Mordekaiser Queen.
Water to me. I never hold back.
I don't really care about that. Let's see.
About time I got my hands dirty.
Now.
Like, bro. Can you like? I was GP kind of owned here. I guess I could just play Fiora here. Cyber Leech. Oh, Nita.
Yeah. Should have rolled the other one. I should have went for Demacius spat here, bro, because there's just no fun to play at 7, honestly. I don't know, like I need to hit so much to actually play to enjoy this game right now. It's dude, yeah, I kind of think so. There's so many items, but like, what am I gonna do? Rage blade a fucking Kale 2? I need to go 8 for Slayer, but it's like, this is a bait. I need to get more 2, or else I can't play the game. More 2, maybe Fiora 2. I really wish I didn't make the other BT, but I mean, it's too late to have to really go back in time to fix some of this. If only I would kill 3. Oh, what is this? Oh my fucking god, man. I'm gonna remove her that. Wait. Guy has more too. With Slayer's Resolve and Blinding Speed. That's not good. I mean, I'm pretty sure my goal is, like, is it really to go 8? Okay, maybe it is. Rise. I don't know what item Rise gets actually. That's an interesting thing. There's 2 more players, they both hit more 2. I mean, that's fine. I just need to go get hell back there. No problem. this game suck. I had so much help, but I'm pretty sure I'm bot for this game. I'm pretty positive I'm gonna bot for this game at fucking light speed. Damn, I had so many items, but like my items, only I could even got gotten Quinn to me. It would have been good. But... Like, what unit am I adding? Aatrox? Two rounds. Wait a second. My last quit item.
Demacia is my home, but I'll never forget Ionia.
Huge.
I love Demacia. It's the only place I've been.
I never hold back.
I am Darkin. Your gods fear me.
I'm down to switch carries to Aatrox here.
Stand ready.
Consulte. Hear my name and know my strength.
I carry my family with me.
Holy fuck. Wait. Yeah, I thought I didn't realize how to remove her, but you know, it's fine. It is okay. Wow, I really wish I got this. I mean, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter here because I cannot change my comp. Like, I'd rather just stick with this and just fucking say fuck it.
Shurima is not of this time.
Look at these items. Are these items insane? She ultied. Hello? Oh my god. Aatrox ulti too, but neither went off. I mean, this is a fifth. Did any Legion raid? Yeah, I did 3 of them.
Every soul shall serve.
What do you think? I mean, they're fun. Like, that's literally the reason I wanted to play the game, is just because of those Legion raids. He's about having fun? Oh. Yeah, they're alright. He doesn't keep his BT? Ah, whatever, it's another fifth. The Aatrox loses his radiant item. Okay. No way. I'll play some ads. Skip. I cooked there, and honestly, I don't think I cooked well. There's a lot of weird bugs. Yeah, I like Titans doesn't stack. So if you stack a Titans and it goes, dies, and then it respawns, it doesn't have the stacks. So it's like, it's a bunch of weird ass bullshit. All right, guys, this is my last game of the day. If I don't first place this game, I'm gonna end my stream really fucking sad.
Bilgewater is nice. There's always something big to kill.
A Noxian always rises to the top.
How for this easy? A slaughter box. Who voted for this? Did I vote for this? Am I stupid? Oh, no, I'm a fucking genius. Wait, I'm a genius. Wait. I'm a fucking actual genius. I'm gonna ping it. Wow, look at the Cho. No one wants Cho now.
A Noxian always rises to the top.
Oh, these items are kind of bad for. That so early. Oh, do you call it redemption? Oh no, I'm playing Cassidy reroll. What?
The fuck was that? Oh, wait. This is the most fun. I haven't taken everything. Demacia, Ixtal, Shriba? The fuck is this?
I shall go.
Bow to the void or be consumed by it.
Guess we're fighting. Out of my way!
They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Wait, isn't it a Zero game? I'm kind of down. I just say fuck the Demacia. Wait, I don't. Does that seem right? Does anyone know what Radiance? I think I would have played for Demacia.
Darkness. They will feel pain they've never imagined.
Day 4 plus 1 Demacia. Day 4 Fiora. I Shurima Fiora. Holy fuck. Wait a sec. Am I a genius? I mean, I feel like I should just level and put this in because this is like a humongous, giga astronomical spike. Like it's like the large, it's a bruiser and 4 Shurima. Like, could there even be a bigger spike? Oh, he has. Like, actually. You like stationary support? Oh my god. Get. Okay, I need a spat? No spat. Okay, I guess I'm down to take Shiv. No Shiv. Okay. I'll take BF. No BF. Fuck it. Yeah, the dummy ascends too. It's fucking great. What do I even do here, man? Like, I guess I could JG, but it's like not great. I could spark and go for no. I mean, I'm playing Azir. I just don't know what else I'm playing. Do I just ignore the Ixtal? Ixtal's kind of juicy. What if I just played Milio? I think that's too much. I think I just ignore the Ixtal. I guess the W doesn't extend. I mean, oh, I think it's maybe it doesn't.
God bless fucking. I want this one is worth so much. It's so terrible, isn't it? Oh, maybe. If it was winning song, I consider playing it if it's in the last row. Because yeah, Zero just gets so much. Okay, I mean, you're gonna see some sort of Shurima bullshit here, and it's gonna be interesting. Probably like a 6 Shurima, 3 Demacia, Jarvan Fiora kind of thing. I'm so greedy not slamming here, but like I really don't want to slam. I would not want to do this. Wow, this guy is so strong. What the fuck? This guy is so strong. Freaky Friday is so good, actually. Just 2 Trinities. Trinities are like pretty good. Like they're not terrible. Where is it? I'm just curious. I mean, it's probably it's not terrible. Definitely, I'm playing 4 Shurima. I don't know if I'm playing more than 4. 4 is kind of where it's like, okay, it's pretty good. But then sending at the combat start is kind of awesome. The Trinity is trash? Really? I think this Freaky Friday is pretty fucking good. These items are just so, I mean, it's not that bad. I go Guard Breaker, Shiv, random item. I'm starting to be a true believer that Rageblade is the biggest grief ever.
Keep your enemies close and me closer.
This world is frayed and in need of
I
mending.
leveled to try to dig and literally found nothing, man. I don't even want Noxus in. Is it with 7 for not taking it? I mean, it's just solid. Like, it's very good. It's essentially 2 slightly bad items, but you get so much value off of having like the power early. That makes sense. Does that make sense? That makes sense, right? I'm just, yeah, I mean, look at these. Dude, what the fuck? These stats are insane on this. Okay, yes, but 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wandering Trainer, Spat. Right, I can play 9. I can play 9 and 8. Oh, that's so awesome. Maybe we can get one more Spat. I mean, maybe. This guy's spats are, oh, he has lucky clubs. Okay, you know what? It's fine. I mean, this guy's pretty lucky for these, but I mean, that's the entire thing, you know. Did anyone see if the thing ascended? It did. I was not watching. Mystery wristband holder, Nyla and Mord. I mean, I have a good one right now. Let me ascend it. Let me double check. So it's 1100 health. Let's see what next round. I mean, I get to play an awesome comp this game. 9 streamer. Just ignore the other 2 spats here. Fine. And then eventually you put the streamer spat on someone that goes really well with attack speed. So it eventually goes on the Aatrox, I think, because it works really well with this unit. It was Aatrox or I guess Belveth. Oh, Em, what's up? Hello, hello. Bleh. Very bleh. Yeah, I'm doing good. I mean, I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty well. It's Halloween. I can't be sad during Halloween season. Fall is like my season. Although technically LA has no, how do I say this? LA fall is not real. LA is the fakest fall ever. But it's like, I still really like, it's like my favorite season. Yeah, exactly. Halloween season is awesome. I have to figure out what outfit I'm wearing. Cause I have like two costume parties and I got invited to, and usually I get invited to 0. So I'm like, oh shit, okay. I'm like trying to figure out which one what I want to do. But the onesie called it, no, that's lame. How we doing? That be surprised at the mood out there? Oh shit, what the heck? Excited, but I feel like I'm gonna miss the fall weather. No, you will. Like, there's definitely like, there's a lot of things that you probably miss, but hopefully it'll be good. I always think new experiences is what like makes life interesting, you know? Like moving into this house was definitely weird at first, but over the time it became pretty nice. Oh god, but now we're throwing a party in this house. It's gonna be fun. Honestly, I'm excited. I beat this girl? I beat this girl, right? The chapter should be fun, yeah. A party? Remember not to punch a hole, dude. I want someone to punch a hole into our wall. I'm not even like our first party we ever had. Captain Flowers sat his fat ass through our wall and left a hole there. And someone took a picture, and everyone was like, "Who did it?" And after like a couple months, someone admitted it was him. And I want the same kind of story for our party. I want it to be crazy fucking stories. Like, you wouldn't believe what happened at the OTV party. Holy fuck. Okay, I'm starting to think this composition is the least balanced composition in the world. Okay. I got you. Oh shit. If you're down here, man, let me know. I invite with your name on it.
The world may fall to darkness, but Noxus will remain.
Ooh.
Every soul shall serve.
What the heck? I need to find this Shurima, the dude. I need to find the dude. Okay, but no lie, we're just going straight to 8. I don't give a shit how much health I lose on the way there. We're going straight there. I don't think Sedge 1 is better than Cho 2, especially if we're not putting items on them. Do I even need a Shurima spat? Like, be honest with me, I don't even really need one, right? But it's probably not bad to have one. Worst case scenario, I can pick up like it, Demacia spat. Like it, not even bad. A burn seems good. I don't need more attack speed though. Like them ascending is great, and I completely agree. Awesome thing to do. But this. I think this is correct.
Here I come!
All right, next round, I lose one. I'm all in. I need one Cassante to win the game. I am probably doing Jarvan, Shurima, and Cassante, and then at 9 I will decide what else to do. Yep. Oh, I would be down to take this. I'm not even kidding. Don't do it. 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 You. I fucking do, man. No, I thought this was gonna be something else, but it ended up. I'm probably just have a wasted BT. It's fine.
I will rule this realm. Demacia is counting on us.
My build is very specific to this game, actually. I'm not even bothered buying other things. It does not matter to me.
Yes. Shurima is not of this time.
Should have made this edge too. It's fine.
Shurima is not of this time. Shurima is where all paths converge.
Okay. One Cassante away, baby. Protecting? Yeah, I probably will. It's so weird. Do I just sell this shit, man? I don't know. Well, not sell this. Sell this. Like, or do I actually try to go 9? I can't go 9, right? I need a 0-2. So I'm just hard stuck 8, and I eventually sell this when I find whatever. Just because it gives me a Warmogs, which is kind of sad, but also kind of insane. So I'm fine with it, I guess. Or make my library card completely useless. Yep.
Anoxian always rises to the top.
Pick up the scent. From the shadows.
Shurima is where all paths converge. Shurima is never lost.
How do I even fucking itemize this shit, man? You're directed. No, I'll find one eventually. Oh, Sterix is so good. Why did I think about Sterix? Fuck, you're right. You're 100% right with Sterix. Oh, you're right. I'm not gonna find it.
I will tear the world asunder.
You can see belly ammo. Okay, well, yeah, I need that. What the fuck? Do you see how good 9 Shurima is? And I'm literally 1 unit away from greatness. Like, my comp is actually lit. It's really good. They can Sonic Carousel or something. I'm just rolling to 0. Can I sell this for something, right? The HP? Dude, I'm telling you, imagine if I just had the second ascension. Also, Sterix is so good when you're doing Shurima because it gives you even more health, right? Like honestly, you want full tank on Nasus for the most part, anyways. I don't even know. I would prefer Thornmail over all options here. Is Nasus 2 Bruiser? This is the only matchup in the game I would prefer Rageblade on. Generally speaking, all the other matchups are like, there's no way you would do enough auto attacks for Rageblade to be that much better. But this one matchup takes a fucking year for you to actually, literally a year. Like, I think I still win, but it's just gonna take me fucking forever, man. Yep. Top 4. Cassante, baby. Cassante. Fuck. I think Ground Guard may have been better than Adaptive here, but it's hard to say. 100% honest though, if I kept Sedge 2, I would have just replaced this with Sedge 2. I could easily run 6 Shuriba, sell both of these. You play Sedge 2 and then you play one of the Scion and it would have been much better. So like I actually griefed this game. I should probably stay with 6 Shuriba. But 9 is just so tempting. I can't even say for the YouTuber anymore because I don't fucking even put my games up on my YouTube. But like for the tube, you know?
Always rises to the top.
Anyway, Buddy Riley, what should we do? I can't say. I'm like really bad at telling people what to do for. Woo!
Hear my name and know my strength.
Oh, it's time. It's time. Remember, Ascension bonus is not just more. It's not just more maximum health and more attack speed. It's also more healing as well. How much HP do you think I have? I don't know, but it'll be a fuckload. Watch. Initial is 4,800. Wait 8 seconds. Second ascension. Hold up. 5,900. I lost. I lost with 9 and he has 50 gold. Is this this is the biggest scam ever, man. There's no way I lose to this comp. He has 2 damage dealers and one of them doesn't even do damage. It's literally 15k one unit. OP? No, it's just a Nyla doing like literally infinite damage here.
Carnage. Consorte, hear my name and know my strength.
Shurima is where all paths converge.
Kaisa 3? I'm hitting him after Kaisa 3? This game sucks. Whatever, man. Third is fine. Third is fine. Is it worth reforging? Nah. It's not bad. Whatever, man. I'm out, guys. Have a great night.
Bourbon.
I'm gonna go ahead and rate Albert. Albert is going for 1,200. I'm out. Peace. Mm.